button. But hi, whoever's here, hello. It's me, Kirsch. I hope you're doing well. If you're there, yeah, I'm just gonna be going to do the usual. I'm just gonna do the usual shit today, which is videos. Um, and yeah, I hope you're doing well. My day has been fine. I just feel shy for some reason. I don't know. But yeah, I hope you're doing okay. I'm doing fine, although it's been raining a lot here, so yeah, there's that. I don't like the rain as well. I hate all the weathers, like I hate all of them. But before I do anything else, I'm just gonna put something on here for now. Um, because yeah, my tummy is rumbling, and I'm not sure if I need to do a poopy or if I need to do something else. But yeah, let me check this.
Cassandra, why don't you say move that bus?
Bus driver, move that bus! There was this huge house in front of us, and I'm just like, wow. Like, I think you could maybe see that on my face. I was like,
Seeing the house was unbelievable. In every majestic way you can see a house. I will never, ever, ever, till the day I die, ever forget that feeling.
The shock and awe continues when they go inside.
Oh my God, baby, look! Oh my God, look at this!
I've never seen a TV that big. Just things you see on Celebrity's House, on MTV Cribs.
Don't take anything now.
I would say the house like more than 4 times the size it was. Yeah, it was huge.
It was overwhelming. It's like, oh my gosh. It was, I guess you could say, surreal.
Now, nobody's seen it until now. You're gonna be the first. Check out your new bedroom.
I think I know what happened to this one. I think they got I think this has something to do with like how much they have to end up paying for the house in terms of like utilities and taxes and all that stuff.
I felt like a princess in a huge mansion. I remember going through it. It was so big that it was like shocking.
It was a mansion. It was huge. It was really huge. I had never seen a home like that size. I don't think ever in person.
On behalf of Taylor Woodrow, we're pleased to let you know that we're going to be taking care of the mortgage as well. The home is net.
Every time I walked away, I felt confident that
What? Even the mortgage is taken care. Wow. Now that's a good price. Like I don't know if you guys like use those calculators for like loans and all that stuff, but they actually get up like a lot of interest, like 20% to 40, depending on like some even goes as far as well 150%. I think those are the payday loans.
these families really were in a better place, that they were truly appreciative, and it was just, nothing but, like we had done the right thing.
With 6 bedrooms, a state-of-the-art kitchen, and a movie theater, it's almost triple the size of their old home. And it all makes for great TV.
Our contractor ended up building basically the biggest house we've ever seen.
But while the house may have changed dramatically in 7 days, the family's dire circumstances remain the same.
We didn't ask that they completely remodel our house and give us this huge mansion.
It was an expensive house. Our first electric bill was like $2,200, which was way more than our mortgage ever was. And I about died. I was doing everything on my end to try to get out from underneath these horrendous bills.
My mom was emotionally distressed about all of that, the bills and like how we were gonna make it month to month. We had to shut down half of our house because, if the electric bill is too high, what do?
I could imagine their electric bill would probably triple, especially if these families were given pools or jacuzzis
Yeah.
or specialty items, that maybe.
Yeah, actually, yeah, that's what people are like. I mean, I myself, like, I forget it as well about the recurring, like, ongoing costs of like a certain thing. That's why true luxury is not from like the shit you have, but rather from, you know, the things that you're grateful for and appreciative of.
They weren't expecting that.
The light bulb for the movie theater was $900 alone. How is that even possible?
And we got you guys computers for everyone in the house.
Bills aren't the only problem. The very expensive contents of their home have also been televised nationwide, and it makes them a target.
There was times when our power was cut off and people tried to raid the house. I don't know if they thought we had money. I don't know if they just wanted everything in the house because they saw what was inside of it.
People think we are rich. We've had people steal from us. People believe we have hidden money somewhere.
There was a time that we were locking the doors, and as I go up to one of the doors, there's a man standing there with a hammer. And I just start screaming, like, this isn't real life, is this serious? I cannot tell you how many times the police were called for break-ins and people trying to get in. It was traumatic for me.
I was trying to sell anything to just pay the electric bill. So I ended up getting a loan. We had a limit of $200,000 and we upped it to more. It was getting more stressful.
Despite getting their house and everything inside it for free, the Oakvasts take out over $400,000 in loans just to keep it running. But they're in too deep.
Of course I wanted to keep the house. I wanted to try every effort to do that.
Eventually, the house sells for $540,000. Minus the multiple loans taken out, there's not much left to start over.
I think I walked out with $8,000 of that house. I had to just basically say, that was a nice life. We took an offer and I just let it go.
It was sad. I was sad. I was sad because I saw the toll that was taken on my mom and my family.
Heartbreak for a Michigan family.
They aren't alone.
A Texas family which received an extreme makeover after Hurricane Ike, now forced to sell the home at a big discount because they couldn't pay the taxes.
It seemed, on the surface, like this wonderful, altruistic experience being generously offered by ABC.
Her dream home has become a nightmare.
We've been evicted.
ABC's viewers, of course, never got to see any follow-ups about the homes that were foreclosed upon after Extreme Makeover left.
The Vardens feel very fortunate. They know that they are not the only ones out there in a situation like this.
Many of these homes had such exorbitant increased tax rates that the families couldn't pay them, and it added to their financial burden.
The house has been up for sale for almost a year without any luck.
I mean, the biggest thing was having to tell my kids that I lost their house.
The Extreme Makeover home sits on the market, a strange twist to what was supposed to be a dream come true.
Sometimes there are things that happen to people in life as a one-off event, and then sometimes there are things that continue to happen, problems that continue to arise. And, you know, we can't fix that kind of thing. You know, at some point the show must go on.
The show does go on, making $500 million in ad revenue over the first 2 seasons alone. For ABC, it's the gift that...
Like, the house probably didn't even cost like $1 million or something. Wow.
keeps on giving.
They are getting rich off of your story. If you will actually have your life and your family's financial position negatively impacted over the long term because of the 1 week they spent with you, from a corporate ethics point of view, it is their responsibility.
I don't think they understand the repercussions of what they were doing. And I think they should take responsibility for that.
We suffered great financial strain. We suffered great issues because of this. And it's not just 7 days of a building of a house. Those 7 days have impacted our life for the rest of our life.
Yeah, that's terrible. Wow. Yeah, actually, that's something that I've been seeing on the internet, like what the show, the specific product, that specific house makeover, I think. It's on HGTV or something. But yeah, yeah, it's like it could have been a really nice, project, you know, the whole show. It would have been really nice if the producers and like this is how like good things can go terribly wrong when, you know, you put the whole, oh, it has to be extra, it has to be this, it has to be that. I can see what the producers were thinking, like behind the scenes. They were probably thinking like, oh, that's not gonna appeal to audiences or whatever. Rather than just, oh, thinking about it like, oh, this is a project that we will do to help other people and stuff. And yeah, that sucks, right? It sucks. In the end, it comes out as them being taken advantage of because they're not aware, they're not knowledgeable. I mean, they were never rich. They never wanted the rich, luxurious life of like a superstar or whatever. They're just, you know, they just want to live normal.
It's one of the most instantly recognisable buildings in the world. The Sydney Opera House, an architectural marvel that plays host to some 2,000 shows and 11 million visitors each year. Now at 51 years old, this UNESCO World Heritage listed performing arts space is more sustainable than ever. And today I'm going backstage to see the innovation at work behind the scenes.
So yeah, last time I came here, wait, let me see what year it was. They have some of my pictures from back then. Oh wow, it's been a while since I last went there. Never mind. Last time I went there was January. But yeah, the last time, like I think a few, like 2-3 years ago, like one of the times I went to to Sydney, and they do these tours of the whole structure and how it works. And during that time, they were like working on one of the main halls. So I want to see that. I want to see what it looks like now. I wonder if it's done this way.
This is building operations, which is where the nerve center of the Opera House is, really.
Wow, look at this place.
Around about 66,000 jobs that come through this office, which is manned 24/7. As you know, that's one of the busiest art centers in the world, which we basically don't sleep. So it's a hive of activity. This is where we control everything from the temperature around the building, waste management, all essential services, security services, HVAC, mechanical, you name it, it sort of comes out of this particular office.
It's all monitored from here, the Building Management and Control System, or BMCS for short, an interactive digital dashboard engineered by Honeywell. And one of the most crucial things for any theatre to get right, temperature.
You might have a audience that, you know, we try to maintain 22.5, but if we have a comedian come in, they might want it at 19 degrees.
I'm actually surprised by how much it's varying. Do people in better seats get better temperatures?
Unfortunately.
Is it chilly at the back?
It's not chilly at the back.
Jokes aside, the house has recently been awarded with the highest 6-star performance certification by Green Building Council Australia in recognition as a global leader in sustainable practice. That's partly down to its fresh focus on air quality.
If we do have high pollution levels, we can close down the amount of outside air that we're bringing into the theatre. So as you can imagine, when we were going through those devastating bushfires, we were able to actually control the system to allow low levels of air to be able to come into the venues, enough to be able to maintain the system, but to be able to keep the conditions right for the audience and the artists that are performing on stage.
Over 1,400 different sensors are scattered all around the house, feeding live data back to base.
When we are operating in a comfortable, better air quality space, we are more productive, and even the facility wear and tear reduces greatly. So what the technology is really doing is it's looking at individual spaces every 15 minutes, and it's trying to optimize the energy consumption of that space.
Oh, so that's the temperature there that comes out.
That's correct.
Oh, I've just done something.
That's all right. You just shut the whole building down.
I better not touch it anymore. Time to move on and see some less sensitive instruments. Yeah, these'll do. At any one time, the Opera House can have up to 20,000 visitors. So keeping them all cool is a big challenge because as soon as they arrive, their body heat naturally warms up the venue. So its original engineers thought up a solution using what's right on their doorstep.
What we do is we take seawater in from the Sydney Harbour. They run around a series of hundreds of pipes around our domestic water. So that's how we take the temperature of our domestic water down, which in turn allows us to save energy. So we don't actually have to use electricity to be able to do that. We can actually use our seawater, which is one of the beauty of just being on the Sydney Harbour.
Being exposed to the elements has its disadvantages, especially when it comes to outdoor concerts. But the smart system
Sorry,
is
I'm just looking at this shit.
When wind speed gets up to certain levels,
And I'm doing good. So you're gonna ask.
it activates a safety plan, for example, removing things off tables and knowing when to hold a show or an event or a performer coming on stage.
The software has helped the house reduce its water and energy use by 20% in the last 5 years, and is on a
I need to do that as well, actually.
mission to
That's
become
actually a
carbon
good
positive
idea.
by the end of the decade.
6-star is normally something you would give to a new build, right? Where you can use all of the latest technologies, but with the Opera House, you can't put a solar panel on the roof.
You're such a whatever. It's just a whole like big 6 stars my ass. But have you been to the Opera House? Like considering that you're from New South Wales. I mean, I've been there just once. But I do want to watch a show. And I wonder if they're still like doing the renovation works behind like the main hall and all that stuff.
Okay, we're a World Heritage listed building. Technology is way ahead of their time, still is used today that was original to this building.
And that's because its architect, Jorn Utzon, designed with sustainability
That's around
in
the-
mind.
Yeah. Fair.
Even the tiles
Yeah, the key. Yeah. Quaid.
are self-cleaning. The spherical design of the structure allows for good drainage, and the only thing that washes it is the rain. Every 5 years, each tile is manually inspected and digitally catalogued. All 1,555,000 of them. That's a lot of tiles.
That's a lot of tiles. So that's a lot of inspections that we need to do around the building, and software like this allows us to actually strip the building down.
That's a lot of money they fucking wasted on the... I mean, I'm not gonna say wasted because that... Yeah, after all, it's arts and culture, you know, but... That's a lot of money.
And monitor. So if I had this sort of software 10 years ago, I would know that, you know, the materials I use, I'd be able to monitor the health of the building and really have a data log for, you know, when I leave the Opera House, the next person who takes my job, I'll know how I repair it.
Yeah.
So this sort of information will
Contingency.
help the longevity of the building continue.
How do you tackle the challenge of retrofitting this heritage building?
We feel a great sense of responsibility to not just care for this place and to treasure and renew this building for future generations, but we also talk about ourselves as custodians. You know, we all have a temporary existence, and the time that we have as people that work and look after this place is really significant.
It didn't mention where, which land, So, because it used to be like on a certain land, Gadigal, Tubo Gulay. Apparently, it used to be like one of the like homes for that specific tribe. And then, oh no, actually, it was like no, it wasn't like it didn't exist, but like it like next to it was like some sort of like a cliff for them. I'm not sure actually. I'm probably just yapping a lot of bullcrap now, but yeah. I don't know what I'm talking about. Sorry. I'm just gonna be watching random shit. Sorry, I'm just like I don't know. I think it's the weather that it's been raining for the last 2 days, and I was gonna go to my sister's birthday. I think I was mentioning that, but because of the rain, we ended up not going again. So it's similar as like, it's just annoying, you know. But yeah, I just saw the sun. I just saw the sun outside as well. But yeah, I don't know. I just feel tired all of a sudden. Like I just feel like I'm like, you know. Okay, let's check this one out.
Syria's ally Russia has carried out further airstrikes on parts of Syria in an attempt to halt the advance of anti-government rebels who've taken control of the country's second city, Aleppo. The Syrian army says it's preparing a counter-offensive against the Islamist forces who've taken the city in a surprise offensive. Just to warn you, this report from Barbara Plett-Usher contains images of children in distress.
They're alive. Rescued from the wreckage moments after the bombs struck. Footage posted by the Syrian civil defense group, the White Helmets, shows the aftermath of an attack on the rebel stronghold of Idlib, southwest of Aleppo. The regime is fighting back. Thousands of people have been displaced, fleeing Aleppo and areas around Idlib. Their lives suddenly upended by this escalation in Syria's civil war.
We are following the battle news, and God willing, the regime will fall. We count night and day to return as the kids are tired and shocked. We left and came here in our clothes and nothing else.
The speedy capture of Aleppo took everyone by surprise, a devastating blow to the Assad regime. The insurgents continue their advance, but here the city's coming to terms with a new normal. Some are fearful of the anti-government rebels, but so far people continue with their daily lives. And for those driven out by previous battles, a chance to come home.
I returned to Aleppo after it was liberated, after we were driven out. I came back to experience this joy, to witness its greatness, its old neighborhoods cleaned up after being desecrated by the Assad regime and its collaborators.
It isn't clear if the insurgents can hold on to the territory captured, but they have exposed the weakness of Bashar al-Assad's rule. This is the first sighting of him since the fall of Aleppo, meeting Iran's foreign minister, a crucial ally, along with Russia, both consumed by their own conflicts, but trying to bring the situation back under control. The front lines of Syria's civil war have been redrawn, and no one knows what comes next. Barbara Plett-Usher, BBC News, Beirut.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Crazy. Also, I just want to say, I hope everyone's okay in there. That's crazy. I just want to say that. And I'm gonna go outside of that. I want to watch the Wicked movie. But I'm like fucking. I'm asking my sister to like watch it with me because I feel bad. I feel bad that I didn't go to her birthday. So I'm like, come on, please. I feel bad. Come on. But yeah, she's not responding to me. I think she's I think she's bad. I think she's mad. Yeah, I do hear it. Even Star was talking about it. The Star doll on. Yeah, I wanna see it. I wanna see it. And obviously I've been saying I wanna see it, but like I've been like, wait, that's how I do it. Like I'm gonna let the people like everyone else can like, okay, you guys can get the hype of it first. That way if I wanna see it again, because I like rewatching movies. I don't know if you do that, any of you do that. I rewatch movies all the time, and when I keep rewatching them, yeah, like you observe details, right? Yeah, you observe a lot of details. And so yeah, you could also watch it from the digital copy, like if they come out. So I'm just gonna wait for a second. But yeah, popular. You gotta be popular. Have you seen like? Do you wanna see it? Like, what do you think? Sorry, I'm like figuring out what to watch. I'm just like looking around. Maybe I should watch these.
In recent news, Destiny has hit the spotlight.
Fair. I mean, just watch it when it comes out digitally. Like that's the easiest way usually. Like it's gonna come out so fast these days.
In recent news, Destiny has hit the spotlight over social media where claims have been made that there has been Destiny leaks. Fellow Drama Alert tweeted out yesterday from one source, and then after once this dropped, the leaked footage has been circulating all over Twitter X. And
Yeah, it's Wizard of Oz. Yeah, it's Oz. Wizard of Oz. The Wicked. It's yeah. I think the musical, they base it off the musical. I wanna see the musical as well. Like if actually this movie is actually really good because it a kind of like there's a niche for like theater kids. There's also a niche for people who enjoyed the musical. So that kind of revived the whole like spark within them. And they seem to have enjoyed like the performances of Ariana and I forgot her name. Although she did have that issue with like getting face at the poster and all that stuff. Yeah, that is ridiculous, but she does have talent. Let's just call it like vocal talent at least.
And Destiny then later streamed speaking about the leaked video that has been spreading around social media. Here is Destiny's response.
Obviously, I'm not going to do a whole deep intro or whatever on all this. I will say that I think a friend of mine's account from that I.
Okay, we don't need to watch. We don't need to hear that. Okay, like I ain't hearing anybody's like. If I want to hear someone's, it has to be from like the chat. Okay, I ain't hearing that from someone else. Like that's crazy.
This is the story of Germany's strangest unsolved mystery.
Wir befinden uns jetzt in dem Arrestzellentrakt. Gleich die erste Zelle rechts wurde durch den Schwarzafrikaner belegt und hier hat sich auch angezündet.
On January 7, 2005, a man was found burned alive in a police cell. The police claim it was a suicide. The man was alone in his cell and set his mattress on fire. But he was restrained. His wrists and ankles were shackled. The mattress was fireproof. And he had no lighter on him to ignite a blaze. So how did he burn to death? Nearly 20 years have gone by and we still don't know what really happened that day. Activists, lawyers and non-profits are still trying to uncover the truth. In this video, we're diving into the conflicting stories, the unanswered questions, and the evidence that's kept this case alive.
That's crazy. It's like a horror movie.
Pay close attention. Every detail matters.
Although, sorry, let's say condolences to whoever this person is. Obviously, let's still pray. Amen. I'm gonna hide.
Dessau is a city in eastern Germany. It's early morning. Let's start with the version of events as told by the local police. Shortly after 8 a.m., the phone rings at Dessau police station. Beate H., the officer in charge of patrols today, picks up. A woman from the city cleaning crew claims that she and her colleagues are being harassed. She asks for police assistance. Beate H. calls patrol officers Hans-Ulrich M. and Udo S. She tells them that 4 women from the city cleaning crew are being harassed by a foreigner, quite aggressively even. She also says the man has tried to grope them. Patrol officers Hans-Ulrich M. and Udo S. arrive at the scene. A man called Uri Jallo is standing about 10 to 20 meters away from the women, leaning against a wall. He seems to have been partying and is visibly drunk. The officers request to see his ID, but Jallo refuses. They handcuff him and put him into their patrol car to confirm his ID back at the station. Jallo is still handcuffed when the 2 officers bring him to the medical room in the station's basement. They search him and check his pockets. Jallo resists, banging his head against the wall and table in the act. In his pockets, they find a temporary residence permit. It's crumpled and the birth year is illegible. The officers decide to detain him until they can confirm his identity. Dr. B, the on-call doctor, arrives to take a blood sample. Jallo resists again. The officers pin him down on the stretcher while the ME draws his blood. His BAC is at 2.98%. That's extremely high, enough to make him lose his conscience or even induce a coma. The 2 men are joined by a 3rd officer, and together they take Jallo to holding cell number 5. They handcuff him to the bed frame by his hands and feet because they're worried he might harm himself. They step out of the cell and lock the door, leaving Jallo alone. Udo S. and Hans-Ulrich M. finish up some paperwork before heading back out on.
No one even to watch him. That's already like a flag for me. Like, why is no one? Like, even from a camera. Yay, that is crazy.
Shift supervisor Andreas S. and his deputy Beate H. are informed by a colleague that someone has been restrained in cell number 5. Beate H. turns on the intercom to monitor the inmate's activity. There's no video surveillance. Uri Jallo repeatedly asks to be uncuffed. She tells him to calm down. Beate H. hears a rattling noise through the intercom. She assumes it's just routine movement during a cell check and doesn't think much of it. Shortly after, Beate H. and her colleague SCH perform a cell check. Jallo seems to have calmed down. They lock the door to his cell and head back upstairs. Over the intercom, Beate H. hears Uri Jallo call out again, demanding to be uncuffed. Andreas S. is about to make a phone call, so he turns the intercom volume down. Beate H. hears a strange noise, like something rustling and splashing, followed by a piercing beep. The fire alarm. Andreas S. assumes it's a false alarm and turns it off. Jallo starts yelling for help. The fire alarm goes off again. Through the intercom, they can hear the crackling sound of flames. Beate H. tells her superior, "Go check already, move." According to the report, the last words Beate H. hears from Uri Jallo are, "Untie me, fire." Andreas S. heads down to the basement and opens the door to cell number 5. The fire is intense and the room is filled with thick black smoke. Beate H. calls the fire department, saying they could use a fire truck. By the time the firefighters arrive, Jallo is already long dead. The mattress has burned to ash. His body is charred down to deep skin layers. After the fire, the criminal PD in Stendal, a city close by, picks up the investigation. Despite standard protocol, they do not consult a fire expert. The crime scene crew sweeps up the debris from the fire. They will later find a lighter in the ashes. Witnesses are interviewed, evidence is collected. The state criminal police sends a videographer to document the forensic process. At this point, the police are already convinced that Jallo has set the fire himself.
Gleich die erste Zelle rechts wurde durch den Schwarzafrikaner belegt und hier hat sich auch angezündet.
According to their theory, Yellow must have torn the fire-resistant coating of the mattress and used a lighter to ignite the flammable foam inside. A lighter
That's what they say.
Officers must have missed during the initial search. And he must have done all this with his limbs spread out and his hands and feet shackled to a metal bed frame. They believe he was trying to get their attention so they would uncuff him. Then the fire must have gotten out of control. That same day, Uri Yellow's body is transferred to the forensic medicine in Halle. The coroner there finds no sign of violence inflicted prior to the fire. Yellow's skull appears to be intact. This is the official version of the events. It's the version recounted in exhaustive detail at a local court in 2007. The trial is supposed to shed light on what happened that Friday morning. Almost all witnesses are government officials, most of them police. The trial lasts 59 days, stretched over a year and a half. Standing trial are Andreas S. and Hans-Ulrich M. S. faces charges for ignoring the fire alarm. M. allegedly failed to find the lighter when he patted down Uri Yellow. They are both acquitted. The trial raises countless questions. Witnesses either clam up or contradict themselves. Memories are foggy, and crucial pieces of evidence have vanished in mysterious fashion. From the very start, it feels like everyone involved is closing ranks and covering for each other. Even the judge is appalled. What we have seen here was not a fair trial. Police officers who should be upholding justice have prevented any chance of finding the truth. None of those officers who lied to us here should be entitled to wear a badge in this country. About 4 years later, there's an extensive retrial at a regional court. This time, Duty Chief Andreas S. is convicted of involuntary manslaughter and fined about $15,000. The verdict sends shockwaves through Germany. Activists, journalists, and legal experts pick up on the case. The initiative in memory of Uri Yellow, established back in 2005, gains wide support. Today, there are thousands of pages of investigation files, court documents, expert reports, parliamentary inquiries, fire experiments, forensic exams, and filtered court letters. Medical examiners, fire experts, chemists, radiologists, toxicologists, and criminologists have all pored over the case. Their findings fundamentally contradict the official version of events as stated by the police. Almost every detail in the official story is riddled with inconsistencies, misconduct, and unsolved questions. So let's take another look at what happened that morning on January 7, 2005. According to the women on the city cleaning crew, Uri Yellow followed them and asked if he could use one of their phones. At one point, he tugged on one of the women's backpacks. Over the phone with Beate H., they describe feeling, quote, harassed. But when Beate H. relays this to the patrol officers on the phone, she exaggerates. She says the cleaners have been massively harassed and claims Yellow was trying to grope the women.
Aus dieser Nachricht, läuft uns die ganze Zeit hinterher, ist dann bei der Polizistin, die den Anruf entgegengenommen hat, eine Nachricht an 2 Polizeibeamte geworden. Da hat man fast schon ein Sexualdelikt vermutet.
Gabriele Heinecke has represented Yellow's family as a lawyer and followed the case for over 10 years. The officers arrive at the scene. They find Yellow standing several meters away from the women, leaning against a wall, completely drunk. The situation has already diffused. Still, Hans-Ulrich M. and Udo S. approach Yellow and say, "Passport, amigo." He refuses. Both officers are tall, while Uri is slim and only 5'7", about 170 centimeters. He doesn't stand a chance. He is forced to the ground and pushed into the patrol car. Legal experts will later conclude that this has been an unlawful detention. The officers should have provided a reason for demanding to see his ID. They are also not allowed to use force on anyone without prior warning. According to the police, Uri Yellow banged his head against the wall and table. There will in fact be a blood stain found and attributed to Yellow, but the blood is never tested to see if it matches his DNA. and oddly enough, it is found on the leg of the table. The police also claim they had to hold him in custody to confirm his ID. But the truth is that at this point, Yellow's complete details were already recorded in the custody log, including his supposedly illegible year of birth. Around this time, shift supervisor Andreas S. reaches out to the on-call Dr. B. The exchange is documented in the court record.
We need you to come in.
What's up?
Just a blood test.
All right, I'll handle it.
You'll get to pinch a black African.
Holy shit. I can never find a vein with these dark-skinned folks.
Well, bring a special needle then.
Will do.
Dr. B proceeds to draw blood from Yellow. Udo S. and Hans-Ulrich M. insist that Yellow was extremely aggressive. They claim he put up such a fight they had to restrain him so Dr. B could go through with it. 3 other officers, who were partly present during the scene, will later contradict this account. According to them, there were no disturbances. During the first trial, even Dr. B himself confirmed things went smoothly when he drew the blood. During the retrial, however, he refused to testify. Physically restraining someone and holding them down to draw blood without their consent is a serious violation of basic rights, and doing so without a formal warrant is straight up illegal. Uri Yallo should have been released by now. Instead, 3 police officers escort him from the medical room to cell number 5. They proceed to chain his hands and feet to the bed. Beate H. hears some clattering sounds over the intercom. She assumes it's a routine cell check. However, no cell inspection is recorded in the custody log for 11:30 a.m. At the same time, Officer Thorsten B. heads down to the custody area, looking for colleagues to join him for lunch. Through the open door of cell number 5, he sees Udo S. standing at the head of Uri Yallo's bed and Hans-Ulrich M. patting down his thighs. He asks them if they want to grab lunch with him. They respond by saying they're still busy. Udo S. and Hans-Ulrich M. will later deny this encounter. They claim
Oh
to
my
have
god,
been
the
out on
lighter
patrol at that time.
stairs.
All patrol activities are usually logged in a duty logbook, but the log for that day mysteriously disappeared. Beate H. and her colleague SCH from the traffic unit conduct a cell check. Yellow wants to know why he is shackled, to which Beate H. replies something along the lines of, "You know why." She later recalls noticing that his pants were unbuttoned and pulled down a little, although his hands were chained in a way that would have made it impossible for him to undo his pants himself. She also spots a puddle of liquid right next to his mattress. It's not urine. Despite these strange details, she wraps up the inspection and leaves the cell. According to the police version of events, this is when Uri Yallo must have started tearing apart the mattress and setting it on fire.
Dieses Polizeivideo soll zeigen, dass das zumindest möglich war.
But was that actually possible? Could someone really start such a devastating fire with just a simple lighter and some mattress foam? This experiment was commissioned by the Initiative in Memory of Uri Yallo and conducted by Irish fire expert Maxim Smirnu. He recreated the exact conditions in cell number 5. After more than 1 hour of combustion time, this is how the cell looks like. And this is what cell number 5 in Dessau looked like after the fire. Experiments like these often use pig carcasses. The way they burn closely resembles the fire behavior on human bodies. In the test, the dummy body sustained only minor burns to one of the legs. But Yellow's body was charred down to deep tissue layers. We'll spare you the images. Also, the experiment produced white smoke, while in cell number 5 there was thick black smoke with heavy soot deposits. So how could the fire have gotten so intense? In another test, the experts doused a pig carcass with 5 liters of petrol before setting it on fire.
Go away, go away.
The resulting burn patterns were the most similar to those in cell number 5. The experts concluded that it was most likely that petrol has been used to accelerate the fire. Beate H. claims Uri Yallo's last words were "untie me, fire," but that is highly doubtful. The autopsy showed no carbon monoxide in Jallo's body. If he had burned alive, he would have inhaled the poisonous gas. Neither did the examiners find any noradrenaline, a hormone automatically released by the body under physical stress. Both findings suggest that Jallo was unconscious when the fire started. But why would Uri Jallo have been unconscious before the fire? After all, the initial autopsy reported no injuries. In 2019, researchers at Frankfurt Universal Hospital used advanced technology to reassess the CT scan images from 2005. This time, the images revealed that Jallo sustained multiple severe injuries before his death: a broken nasal bone, a fractured skull, a ruptured nasal septum, and a broken rib. All these findings strongly suggest that Jallo was physically abused before his death. According to Officer Andreas S., this is the first time he opened cell number 5 since the fire broke out. But a team at British research group Forensic Architecture thoroughly reconstructed the smoke patterns in the cell. Their analysis suggests that the cell door must have been opened during the fire. This directly contradicts the account of Andreas S. The police claim that Uri Jallo used a lighter to set himself on fire. But when forensic investigators examine cell number 5 after the fire, they do not find any lighter in the debris. It only turns up 3 days later when a bag of debris from the scene is re-examined. To this day, no one can explain how it got there. Also, the lighter was melted. Fire experts point out it would have exploded if it had been in the fire. Upon further inspection, investigators found clumps of red fiber fused into the lighter's plastic. If the lighter had been at the scene, these fibers should have matched something, anything from the cell. They didn't.
Das für mich der schlagende Beweis, dieses Feuerzeug war nie in der Zelle.
So, was that lighter ever in cell number 5 or not? That should have been easy to determine. The 2-hour crime scene investigation was supposed to be fully documented on tape by videographer Jens W. from the State Criminal Police. But his recording simply cuts off after just 4 minutes. Jens W. will later claim there was a power outage. His statement can not be corroborated by other witnesses. Besides, the camera had a working battery. That very same day, shortly after the recording, Jens W. goes on sick leave for 2 months, supposedly due to an allergy. In the days following the fire, key pieces of evidence disappear under mysterious circumstances. Files containing entries related to Jallo are deleted from police computers, including their backups. A log of the 70 people present at the station that morning, gone. Photos taken by officers on the day of the incident, missing. Surveillance footage from the station hallway simply vanished. An unlawful arrest and blood draw, a blood stain that was never tested, an unnecessary detention to confirm an ID already confirmed and documented, violence used to restrain aggressive behavior that no one else has witnessed, officers who claim to have been elsewhere but have been seen on site, an unidentified liquid on the floor, pants pulled down for no apparent reason, a lighter that cannot be linked to the crime scene, fire behavior that can only be replicated with several liters of accelerant, multiple bone fractures suggesting severe physical abuse, a cell door said to be locked that must have been opened during the fire, a CSI documentation video mysteriously cutting off when things get serious, a baffling series of errors and countless items of conveniently missing evidence. Nearly every expert who has examined the case agrees. Uri Jallo cannot possibly have set himself on fire, which would mean that someone else must have done it. When you put together all the pieces of information, a chilling and deeply unsettling picture begins to take shape. Here's what might have really happened on the morning of January 7, 2005. Uri Jallo, heavily intoxicated, was taken to the police station under a false pretense. While in custody, he was brutally assaulted and suffered multiple fractures, possibly leaving him unconscious. Then, somebody poured accelerant over him and set him on fire. But who? And why? Shift supervisor Andreas S. turned down the fire alarm, twice according to Beate H's initial testimony, once in his own account. Either way, 11 minutes passed from the first fire alarm to the moment he finally checked on Yellow, according to the public prosecutor's office. But it wasn't him. He was in the second floor control room when the fire happened, but he probably knows more than he's letting on. Then there's Beate H. Her testimony changed several times. She implicated her superior Andreas S. in the first trial, only to later recant after meeting with him and his lawyers. She insists she heard Yellow's cries for help through the intercom while the fire raged, although he was most probably already unconscious by then. She too might know more than she's letting on. Hans-Ulrich M. was the one who arrested Uri Jalloh, searched him, handcuffed him to the bed in cell number 5. One of his colleagues claims to have seen him in the cell shortly before Jalloh's death, but M. insists he was out on patrol. He was acquitted during the first trial, despite having no verifiable alibi to back his story. Udo S. was the first officer to approach Uri Jalloh on the street and demand his ID. He was restraining Jalloh in a headlock during the patrol car ride. Witnesses claim to have seen him in the cell with Hans-Ulrich M. just before Jalloh's death. And just like his colleague, he has no verifiable alibi for the time of the incident. According to German press, 8 years later, a source informed the Dessau PD that Udo S. had previously worked as a firefighter specializing in pyrotechnics. Supposedly, he could have known exactly how to quickly start a fire intense enough to leave no traces. No one ever followed up on that lead.
That is
Instead,
sus.
the article reports there was a defamation lawsuit filed against the source. Andreas S. was fined, and Hans-Ulrich M. acquitted. But oddly enough, no murder investigation was ever launched against Udo S. But there was someone else. Apparently, there was an unidentified male present at the station during the fire. One officer recalls walking past someone at the stairwell, a shadow. The man appears to have been watching the fire brigade arrive from the control room window. Court documents only refer to him as another man with glasses. In 2013, an informant reached out to one of the journalists following the case. He said he knows who is responsible for Jalloh's death. He claimed the perpetrator entered the station's custody area through a back door, a door secured with a code that only police officers could know. According to the informant, the whole thing was about racism and sexual humiliation. Someone wanted to teach Uri Jalloh a lesson and went too far. Could this have been a possible motivation? To teach a heavily intoxicated and utterly defenseless man a lesson? In fact, the Dessau PD appears to have a troubling history of eerily similar incidents. In 1997, a drunk engineer named Hans-Jürgen Rose was picked up by Dessau police after a minor car accident. Hours later, he was found severely injured just 200 meters from the station and later died in the hospital. The coroner determined he had been restrained and struck repeatedly with blunt objects. 5 years later, in 2002, a heavily intoxicated man named Mario Bichtemann was taken to the same station and placed in the same holding cell number 5 as Uri Jalloh. Hours later, he was found dead with a fractured skull. Forensic experts concluded the injury was caused by a deliberate blow shortly before his death. Neither case was ever solved. What is going on here? During the second trial, one Dessau PD officer testified that his colleagues regularly arrested and detained drunk individuals to teach them a lesson. The informant later claimed it used to be a tradition at the station to tie unruly people to the canteen pillars and beat them. They called it a disciplinary measure carried over from the GDR era. The activists from In Memory of Uri Jalloh believed there was a clique or group of officers within Dessau PD that had a habit of losing their temper and beating people to death. Did Uri Jalloh die because...
Oh my god, that... Sorry, I have to pause it just to like absorb that, but that's crazy. Like, it's very similar to like any other police in the world, except like it seems like the police was able to like, well, the I don't know, community, whatever the fuck they are, a cult or what I don't know, but maybe they still exist.
Of this supposed sadistic culture? And could the fact that he was black have played a role in all of this?
You'll get to pinch a black African.
Holy shit.
Black African. The term keeps coming up over and over again. It's striking how, in witness statements, the officers almost exclusively refer to Jalloh as the Black African. They knew his name, and yet they chose not to use it.
Yeah,
Despite glaring inconsistencies, missing evidence, and expert analyses debunking the official narrative, authorities have stuck to the claim that Jalloh set himself on fire. The Dessau public prosecutor, Volker Bittmann, initially seemed like a rare beacon of hope in the case. After hearing expert findings in 2013 suggesting the fire in cell number 5 couldn't have been started without large amounts of accelerant, he appeared determined to uncover the truth. Bittmann commissioned new fire experiments, which also spectacularly failed to replicate the fire in the cell. A panel of experts later concluded that the theory of self-immolation was scientifically untenable. Someone else must have started the fire. But just as this revelation emerged, Bittmann was removed from the case. The investigation was handed over to another prosecutor's office, which quickly shut it down, citing insufficient evidence of third-party involvement. Key findings, like the unexplained lidar and forensic inconsistencies, were dismissed or ignored. Any momentum toward accountability was lost. The deeper problem, though, lies in systemic issues. Police were tasked with investigating police, leading to predictable issues. Experts point to a culture of Chorgeist, a fraternity among officers that leads to stonewalling and mutual protection. Studies show that possible misconduct by police is rarely prosecuted. Only 2% of allegations against officers result in charges, and convictions are even rarer. And there's a clear racial dimension. The UN has highlighted systemic racism within German law enforcement, stating that institutional biases have repeatedly hindered justice for victims of African descent. In Uri Jalloh's case, no one has been properly held accountable to this day. The initiative in memory of Uri Jalloh and his family continued their fight. In February 2023, Germany's Federal Constitutional Court officially closed the case. But Uri Jalloh's family refuses to give up. In July 2023, they filed an appeal with the European Court of Human Rights. The fight for justice presses on. Two German reporters decide to visit Udo S. at his home. The whole world is in lockdown because of the pandemic, so they speak in his front yard. They ask him about an inconsistency in the case, one of so many. He repeatedly says, "I'm at peace with myself," and "I didn't do anything, I swear."
I don't know how to react to that. Why is that so, like, what the hell? That, I don't know, I'm so angry. Like, I feel mad that he wasn't, like, at least given some sort of, like, right to, I don't know. Oh, like someone should be watching him at least, because he technically couldn't be able to. I don't know, I'm just so mad. Oh, Australia banned kids from social. Okay, now this dude is clickbaiting. I can see how he's clickbaiting this dude. This dude is clickbaiting for the shit. Like, nothing's. Is it final already? The whole, like, banning, like,
Hello,
social
guys and
media
gals,
shit.
me Mudahar, and social media has been banned for children in Australia under the age of 16, apparently, as of this Thursday. Now, to
Apparently.
give you an idea, about a week ago, I made a video where I talked about, something that I'm really worried about with the internet, being the fact that privacy is actually on a...
Yeah, actually, this is the thing here. Yeah, that's the thing. The digital ID bullcrap. Like, oof. That's dumb.
It's way out day by day with constant new laws that are being introduced that effectively force us to hand over our actual personally identifiable documents so that we can be age verified to access, websites on the internet, all right? Now, over here on our side of the world, in Canada, the United States, a lot of this stuff is relegated to adult websites, websites where generally you have to be over 18 or you should be over 18 to access. And while there's a general sentiment of understanding that you're trying to protect children from accessing, adult content, which is understandable,
Yeah. It's crazy. It's like they're trying to appease. When the truth is, it's just on this fucking. At the same time, there are these creators that are like, I don't know, introducing bullcrap shit, But that's on the fucking education as well. Like, maybe the education sector isn't teaching how social media works and all that shit. That's what the gap is at, the missing thing. Like, they need to educate children to be more aware. Doesn't have to be like, like, honestly, even adults as well. Like, all of us could be susceptible to like scams and all that shit. Honestly, that's why I stay home. Like, I might as well stay here forever because I'm scared. I'm really, really scared. Like, I'm very, very scared. Like one day that someone is gonna hack me like Mr. Robot,
You want to make sure kids are safe from really spooky parts of the internet. Obviously, if you're going to be a little critical of it, handing over your personal documentation to a third party to verify that you're over the age of like whatever the government wants can be scary because you have to wonder where that information is going to go. Is my information going to be safe? Am I going to be part of a hack that has my identity completely gone in the next year and causes me to worry about my credit ratings and people impersonating and fucking running identity fraud scams? These are obviously questions people have to ask, okay? So let's go to the first thing over.
Yeah, that's one thing as well. Like, what do you call this? Yeah, the infrastructure isn't as secure as they actually think. Even though they say they invested money on it, it's still like new. It's still new. They can't actually say that like, and in the end, just like they said, anyone is susceptible. It's really helpful to still rely on physical, ways to communicate with others. Say like mobile, SMS, all that shit. Just for like at least just for record, because you could trace that. And look, if you have nothing to hide, but on the other hand, there's a line, like it's like not only is it very it's very invasive. Not only invasive, but it also adds like a lot of effort. Task. Like it's a lot of additional shit to do. And we're lazy.
Over here, Australia passes this like act which
so they actually passed the wait, no, it's still a bill. It's still not an act in it. Right. So what's like it's a bill wait. Oh, okay, let me actually see this one. Representatives. Okay. So it still okay, house rep. Yeah, cause yeah, even the so which they're together. Mm. Then you better start saving your files, guys.
Obviously targets pretty much all social media platforms. So platforms like Instagram and Facebook. So X, for instance, TikTok, and Snap.
It's yeah, it's just insane, you know. Like the truth is they should just put the responsibility on the social media platforms to actually like and actually find them. Like find them a lot of money if you have to like that's what they say, make a statement, right? Then fucking find them like a lot of money if they like do something. That way they actually invest in better like moderation tools. You know, like when it comes to like making sure that the kids like yeah they can yeah might as why not ban kids from fucking social media, but don't fucking put the effort on everyone, you know, like that's the whole point, like don't put that effort. And yeah, this is also on the parents, like responsibilities of parents to like educate their children. After all, like it's they have a duty to like educate, but unfortunately most of their parents are not as like, you know, not as aware with social media as well. There are parents who are like that. um so yeah. What are we gonna do? Nothing. I don't
Snapchat.
know. Do we just like cry or something?
Must show the Australian government that they're taking reasonable steps to keep users under 16 out, or they face some pretty serious actual fines, okay? Like we're talking tens of millions of dollars, so it's pretty heavy. Now, if you've been following the laws real quickly, I'm going to go through a power round real quick and talk about these laws to an extent, just to give you an idea of what's been going. So over the last like month, you've probably seen a video that I made about TikTok getting absolutely screwed. And right now, there's plenty of US attorney generals, like 14 something states, actually filing cases against TikTok. So for instance, if you read through some of these cases, you'll find really alarming, wild statements like this. TikTok misrepresents the safety of Live, its live streaming features, and the unlicensed live economy despite knowing Live exploits minors. So for instance, TikTok represents that it does not allow content that may put young people at risk of psychological, physical, or developmental harm. But the company knows that Live is unsafe, exploiting children financially and sexually, operating in part like a virtual strip club. Live provides...
Yeah, this is the thing as well. Like I think TikTok is one to blame. Like I think TikTok has a big like TikTok has large responsibility because they were able to like moderate their other service, like the Douyin was able to fucking like moderate like their platform. Why can't they do that to TikTok? If you actually look at it, it's like turning people stupid so they could tinfoil. Wait, let me actually put a tinfoil hat. Where's my wait? I don't want to sound too weird. Yeah, but honestly, it feels like yeah, this is the CCP doing their job, but on a new level, you know. Like, hey, let's build an app, and let's make them a little bit dumb than usual, so we could do something, you know. yeah, I feel like TikTok is to blame, especially that live platform and all that stuff. And it's also good that a lot of people were able to like use it as a platform. But yeah, in the end, it's not about like just removing it, you know, it's about just doing the same controls as they do with Douyin, which is their other platform. Like actually like able to actively moderate, you know. It's all about how they spend resources on this sort of shit. Because in the end, they're gonna need humans, obviously. They're gonna need people to like do that work. So, I don't know. What do you guys think? I mean, obviously, like Juniper, you're not agreeing with the whole thing, which is fair, you know. I don't as well. Like I don't, definitely not. It's like adding a lot more shit, and if that does happen, it's either people are gonna be discouraged to just use social media or the internet overall. Like everyone will not be. I have a feeling that, and yeah, like why are they like imposing this sort of like measures to everyone when this is something that's affecting like a certain amount of people, like kids, you know? Like that's the same information that you give when you're applying, like if you got accepted to a job and you need to be like, you know, you need to be checked by a third party. It's that same level to think of it. That's a lot of work. That doesn't even take a day to some people, to some like companies. And yeah, I agree. Like me too. And just for social media, you know. And like you said you were using VPN, which is one of the ways that people will like skirt those sort of policies. VPN, or just not using social media at all, or finding another way to use social media that doesn't sound like social media. I'm telling you, I'm like, oh, oh my god, I'm just stressed. I just want to like wipe my face. Maybe I'll move to the Philippines. I'm kidding. Maybe I'll live in an island and probably use a Starlink or something. But I heard their upload speeds are really crap. So, hi Elementalist, how are you? We're just talking about the social media being banned for kids. Sorry, I'm just like my eyes itch. Hope you're doing well. I'm sorry I'm a little bit quiet.
Young streamers with a performance stage and allows other users to entice streamers into sexual acts in exchange for virtual money. Now, I'm pretty sure there's a good investigation by, I think, Upper Echelon Gaming, where he actually goes really deep into this. But this is actually a problem. And it's not just a problem on TikTok specifically, but I would say most live streaming platforms that incentivize user monetized interactions. There are actually other lawsuits and other cases that have been introduced. For instance, Senate Bill S769-4A, which is establishes the Stop Addictive Feeds Exploitation, so SAFE, for kids, where basically they're actually targeting not necessarily age verification, but the addiction that is generated from social media, right? So what they say is this act prohibits social media companies from providing children under 18 with addictive feeds absent parental consent. This act will still permit minors to view non-addictive feeds, so feeds that where it goes through chronologically. So if you follow 10 accounts, you're going to get 10 of those accounts feeds just delivered chronologically. And I think that's actually great. As an adult, I would prefer that because I understand the level of addiction one can have. Have you ever found yourself just like on any of these social media platforms and you just constantly keep scrolling because you'll see one post you like and then you'll see another post and another post and another.
Yeah. And like, you know, actually like your the amount of seconds you're watching it is actually used as a factor. And probably the way your eyes are looking at what's there, you know, like in addition to the likes and all that stuff. probably even the swiping behavior is looked into. Um, hmm, sorry, I'm just like thinking about it. But they'd probably at the same time they'd probably make their stats bias, so it would like just for the sake of money, because obviously ads and all that stuff, like they have to rely on certain shit, like they'll have agreements like um what they call those, I forgot what they're called, clicks per thousand and all that stuff.
Other post. Social media addiction when it comes to feeds is pretty normal. Everyone understands algorithms are designed to keep you hooked onto an application for more than hours on end. They're designed for you to scroll through feeds, view advertisements, and generate, actual engagement and money for a lot of these social media services. So yeah, addiction is pretty real. Social media can be pretty unhealthy if left unchecked. Now, the thing about all of this is, growing up, right, you might be my age and wondering, hey, we grew up pretty fine. But to give you an idea, we all grew up when the internet was kind of becoming this big thing.
Yeah, like there's also bad things from what we've seen. If anything, like there's a lot of shit that went from like back then as well. Like there's a lot of shit, but it was also like, it definitely benefited. Like there were more benefits than, negatives. I think I mentioned it here. The internet was supposed to be just an archive, like a library for institutions and like the US government, like the military, like some sort of like connected library, online library, computer library that they could all access and exchange information from each other.
I remember as an elementary school
sorry,
kid,
I mean,
seeing things like Facebook and MySpace didn't even start occurring until like the 6th grade, really, right? And it wasn't until you started reaching high school that, kids had like actual Facebook accounts. But that was like one social media service. Now, a lot of kids that you'll poll probably want to be influencers. They have accounts on every social media application, and they're constantly uploading content and personal and private information on a near daily basis to these platforms. And of course, the engagement children can have on these platforms with other people that are outside their usual friend circles can be positive and or negative to their actual, mental health at anything. So these are all things you have to consider. It's a different world of social media if you're a kid now. And anybody that's grown up and they're my age, our social media, I think, isn't necessarily the same as a lot of these children's social media that are growing up right now in 2024. Now, because of all of these things, a lot of governments around the world, for instance, this is a bill from Canada, S210, where they actually talk more specifically about, sexual material, for instance, and they want young individuals to actually not access that content, which sounds great, obviously, on paper. Nobody wants children to have unfettered access to online pornography. And some of the actual wording on these kind of laws matter from where you go. Like in the United States, we looked at some cases where, websites can literally be classified as adult if 1/3 of their content around is uploaded as NSFW. Which again, I wonder if these things might change in the future. Maybe that number might become more stricter. And in some cases, it might just be a situation to kind of lump sites like Reddit or even X that do allow this mixture of NSFW content and actual safe for work content in the same thing. It's not irregular for you to be browsing something like X, opening up a set of replies and seeing just pornography somewhere tossed into the middle, right? I don't know how true it is for something like Reddit because their NSFW is a little bit more heavy. You do need an account that you make on their site from my use to actually access. But again, cross mixture, I think some of these bills are trying to get into it. But when you read into how they want some level of age verification, at least for Canada, they want something that's reliable, maintains user privacy and protects users' personal information, collects and uses personal information solely for age verification purposes, except to the extent required by law, destroys any...
I remember when OnlyFans were gonna say they were removing like all NSFW on their websites, and then they realize how much money it's giving them. And so you can see an example there, like how like not embracing that sort of audience, and say, can actually go back around on them. Like, oh, I mean, who would fucking use OnlyFans for fucking exercise routines? I'm sorry, that was just funny.
Personal information collected once the verification is completed, and generally complies with best practices in the fields of age verification and privacy
Also,
protection.
check my OnlyFans.
So it
I
sounds
have an
like the
OnlyFans.
government wants to have these idealistic goals, but nobody actually has some idea on how to get things going. So over the course of like literally last year, they actually did provide, like the Australian government did show like this whole multiple page roadmap for how they're going to verify ages, you know, that are accessing social media services. So generally it kind of boils down to a few different methods, one that I'll go right here. So for instance, allowing banks to possibly confirm that a user is over 18. So if you have a bank account with any organization, they have your personal information on file.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, naturally they do, like KYC and all that shit. They need to know whoever. That's for anti-money laundering and all
I
that
guess
shit.
you provide a login through your bank, or you use a credit card in some cases, where they'll also check that you're over the age of 18 by verifying that the credit card holder, all right, is obviously an adult. And this is something that you'll see on sites like I think OnlyFans, where obviously I think you can make an account, but in order to actually do any form of subscriptions or access, you do need to provide like a small little like credit card payment check just to make sure that you're an actual adult. Now, the other thing they can do is get the mobile providers, so people who are using cellular services, to prove that you are in fact an adult, which sure, that can happen. But one of the scariest things about it, obviously, are these two. So usage of facial age estimation technology. Now, if you live in the United Kingdom and you've ever made a PlayStation account, chances are you've had to require sending a selfie of yourself to a third-party server, where again, you would take a selfie and it would upload to a server. They would actually have a machine learning platform or an AI platform that would look through your image and determine your age. And if you're over 18, cool, you go through. Now, how it can verify that you might use somebody else, maybe like a parent, maybe you would use like some photo that would look like an older person, I don't know. You could spoof that image even, right? And pass off as an adult. Obviously, each different implementation will be different, but this is the era we're getting into, where we'll have to be sending biometric scans to one day access social media sites, not even just adult websites. So in some cases, they want to ask site users to upload a photo that is matched with photo identification. So one of the things that I found good or somewhat decent sounding was this section. It's on like page 20th of their roadmap. So with potential concerns for privacy and security, one of the most relevant components of EU Consent Pilot was the use of something known as a tokenized approach. So it's an interoperable double-blind approach to preserve user anonymity, which basically where if you're on an age-restricted website like Twitter, for instance, they do not know the identity of the user submitting the information. And the age assurance service provider, so the people you provide that selfie to, you give your documentation, they do not record which sites a user visits. So this is a big problem that people kind of had with this, is obviously if you had if you had a situation where you had to provide information to a social media service or a third-party provider, could that not possibly bring up the issues of online honeypots, right? Of like people harvesting your information and potentially using it to blackmail people for accessing certain websites. I mean, it would be pretty embarrassing for, a politician to be known that they're accessing adult websites. But also, I think for people who are genuinely worried about possible censorship, right? Like imagine now being on a list of what sites that you're accessing, right? Like imagine if the government now can basically tabulate, hey, this person is trying to access this specific website that we've deemed as an adult website or a social media website. And so now we have a registry of what sites somebody is accessing. And people are genuinely worried that, hey, maybe I'll be put on some watch list, or I'll be monitored, or my ability to freely access the internet, anonymous wise is gone, right? Because now if the government knows exactly where I'm going, then I don't really have any online digital anonymity. And I argue that people really didn't have much anonymity with ISPs, but this takes away pretty much all of it, right? Generally, if you cared about your anonymity, you would go through a layer of VPNs, you would actually use browsers that would not or fight against any form of online fingerprinting. But with age verification and ID verification, especially for social media sites, any presence of anonymity is actually being stripped away. It really is a point where for a lot of the children in this case, or even the adults who actually want to be anonymous or access these websites, will have to rely on things like the Tor browser. And they'll have to use that to access the dark web, which again is a field of the internet that is completely unmonitored.
I forgot about that, the dark web. Yeah. Like you can access that and like that would take you to another, like that would probably have everything people like would look for. But please don't look don't watch any of those CSAM. Don't. Just stop. If you watch that, get the fuck out of here. I don't want you. Oh my god. So once upon a time when I was younger, when I was under 18, okay? I was under 18 and I fucking found myself in one of those pages. Like I was like looking into like one of those forums, and it's a lot like it's a community, it's like a Reddit thing overall, and I'm like just like, oh, what's here and there, and it's like a diary basically. It's like a diary of shit, and yeah, it showed like the kid, like oh, and obviously like I'm not really like, I wasn't like thinking about like anything like that for a second, but it's so fucking disgusting. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, not unmonitored, but it's entirely unregulated, which again, will lead to.
Sorry, let me just like. I think my face is having a moment.
People, again, coming across stuff that might have even been worse than if they just browsed regular social media. Now, obviously, one of the things people also worry about is if you're providing, this third-party company your information to verify, how can you ensure that that information won't be used or won't actually end up getting hacked, right? A while back, I covered in 2022 something known as the Optus actual data breach. So for anybody that doesn't remember, Optus is one of Australia's biggest telecoms, and at the time, Optus was hacked, and a user on one of the dark web or one of the hacker forums actually put out a bounty, right? Like, hey, we're going to sell this information for like $1 million. We'll give you a week to decide. Turns out this information.
Who's with Optus? That's funny because I actually moved over to Optus when that happened. Because I knew they were having like, oh, so they're gonna say, oh, we're moving this shit. But do you know that Optus is owned by Singapore? It's owned by the Singapore government. So the people competing here in terms of like, okay, I'm really glad that one thing I'm really glad of is Vodafone creating its own thing out there. That's really good. But the big two players are like the Singaporean government, Singtel, which owns. Okay, so the Singaporean government has like funds. It's funding Singtel, and Singtel owns Optus. I think that's how it works. I'm not sure if that's still the case to this day. But and the second one is Telstra, obviously, which is like the biggest one. So there's only two entities. Oh, well, three considering. Are there others? To think about it, it's like it's diversified into like the actual people creating the infrastructure and connecting people, and the entities, the vendors, basically the people sending the service and connecting to. Yeah, Yeah, actually, to think about. Yeah, actually, right. Which is weird. Honestly, I find that weird. That doesn't really foster like competition. But at the same time, in the Philippines, like we only have a few. But yeah, it's weird because yeah, usually they release other ones as well. I think I'd say that if they do like allow others to like compete, like obviously well, like given how much investment they've got, they could like no, like that's just not I don't know what I'm saying. Let me just continue
actually
this.
contained some pretty personal stuff. And that information actually apparently did contain current and former, like, names, birth dates, home addresses, phone and email contacts, passport, and driving license numbers, which these last two obviously are pretty huge. So obviously, people who worried about their personal information now have to deal with possible cases of identity theft, fraud, actual, scammers who would try to impersonate and attack people with more specific information. These are all things that are super, super worrisome. And this is, again, Australia, the country that passed this without actually thinking of the privacy implications that come. So even other hacks like MetaBank came out, where this actual information from OAIC ends up coming out and telling you that during the period of 12th March 2021 and October 2022, MetaBank, which is one of the larger private insurance companies, actually had a leak of 9.7 million individuals. So current and even former customers who literally weren't even with them anymore. And how? Because they failed to take reasonable steps to protect that personal information from misuse and or unauthorized access or disclosure. And the way they describe it, obviously, is the threat actor, the person hacking, was able to authenticate and log into MetaBank's Global Protect VPN using the MetaBank credentials, because during the relevant period, access to MetaBank's Global Protect VPN did not require 2 or more proofs of identity or multi-factor authentication, which is a pretty serious security fuck-up that ended up costing millions of people their personal information. Now, obviously, a big difference over here between those two hacks is clearly, for some of these companies, it's very imperative that they will delete this stuff or any of these images or documents after a period of 24 hours to like 48 hours or like a specified period. Now, again, it revolves you, again, trusting this organization and making sure that the government is keeping up to tabs on this level of, like, legislation, at least at this private level, being actually enforced. So, again, these are things that everyone considers. I don't necessarily think that even the third party would like to be a bad actor, but this does pose a question. You are sending your information to another place, and honestly, when information is stored anywhere for any period of time, it is obviously under any threat of hack. So that's something to put into your consideration. So again, if you want to implement things like ID checks, right? Because ultimately, if your goal is to protect the children, which I think is incredibly noble, my experience with any government that wants to protect the children is obviously there is a much more ulterior motive. I really do think, and this is where I'm going to get a little bit tinfoil hat-ish, I really feel like a lot of these big countries, a lot of governments around the world truly do fear pure anonymity on the internet. It can be a serious double-edged sword. On one hand, having that complete anonymity on the internet allows you to truly express who you are without fear of, basically being hurt. People like journalists, marginalized groups take severe advantage of this, rightfully so, to be...
I mean, yeah, and the people with like... People who are tied underneath like disclosure like agreements or like protection because they don't want to be exposed, like to the people they're actually talking about, like a lot of things, so that's the best information. The best way to communicate is to basically like just gossip on real life. Let's have something. Gossip whoever you want to gossip with, but make sure you're not like around like fucking CCTVs and all that shit. That's gonna be hard. I don't know what I'm saying, but yeah. God bless.
Be able to speak their piece, live their lives, and enjoy life or some component of their life without actually being under some subjugation. But there's obviously bad actors who use this kind of information to attack other individuals, hack people, spread serious misinformation, cause pandemonium. So yeah, it's a double-edged sword. I understand why the government actually fears anonymity. And this is a measure for them, not specifically, I think, to just protect the children, but to have some idea of record keeping or understanding of what type of people or who are accessing social media websites or adult websites, or really anything that the government deems to be adult-oriented or unsafe. Now, I think any form of this kind of access is a bit dangerous. It's definitely throwing the baby out with the bathwater when it comes to our actual privacy. And obviously, if it's happening in Australia, I think the more popular this gets, this idea, it could then bleed over, obviously, to the United Kingdom, to the United States, to Canada, to a lot of governments around the world that are dealing with similar issues. And the thing about it is, once we reach an era where the internet is completely monitored and digital IDs become effectively the norm and accessing the internet requires us to actually provide personal information, I think A, the monitoring is going to obviously increase 1,000,000 times more than we've ever had it, but I think there's a very serious risk we're inviting into the house by letting a lot of these of storing our information. And sure, it might be safe, it might be there, but this is going to be another vigilant fight these organizations are going to have to keep up. And the thing about some of this too is obviously this is the government, and I don't doubt that the government will probably try to pick the cheapest vendor that will provide them the basic targets they have to hit. And ultimately, the real danger will just be the people and their personal information. Now, I think if you're an adult, right, and this is my personal belief, so I'm going to end it off on this, I think since social media is dangerous, we've considered it to be dangerous, especially for children. In my opinion, it's no more different than alcohol, than cigarettes, or even firearms, right? And I think if you're an adult, and like I said, I think an adult needs to take care of their children rather than having the state or anyone else take care of their kids for them, right? Now, when it comes to things like alcohol, right? You go into a store, you go into a point of sale, you provide them an ID, which is right there in front of the person to verify human to human that you are purchasing alcohol. When that comes to your house, you as an adult, as a parent, need to ensure that alcohol is kept away from your children, right? If I let kids in my house have access to beers, whiskeys, then I believe, underneath the current government that I'm in, I would be promoting to the delinquency of a minor, which is not something I would ever want to do. It same goes for cigarettes, same goes for marijuana. If I purchase a firearm, I go to a place, provide them my actual identification, point of sale. Obviously, with firearms, you do have to go through background checks. So there's a few more things that are done there. But when I get a gun, it's supposed to be stored safely so children don't get unfettered access. Obviously, for a smartphone, I get it. You're buying kids an iPhone or an Android device. And even if you don't understand how to put like parental controls on it, obviously kids probably will find a way to bypass any form of block you put on, because kids are not stupid and they'll access these websites anyways. But I still think the actual onus should be put on the adults, right? If you're purchasing your kids a smartphone or a tablet or a computer, then I really feel like you should sit down with your kids and really talk about what kind of websites they're going to and really discuss the actual harms they can have with social media. I'm not telling you to have a fucking Hallmark moment with your kids. But I am telling you that if you want to have the best of both worlds, where we live in a private future and kids are more cognizant of dangers on social media.
Yeah, don't buy your kids like those devices at a really young age. That's one of the things that you shouldn't be doing. Like, don't buy your kids these products. Like, they don't know how it has. Like, they sure can play games with it, but it has more than that. And it could be good, could be good with math and all that shit, but make sure that if you do decide to do it, then I guess that's when you put the tight controls on the parental controls on the device. But yeah, it all comes to the parents, in the end, and social media, the platforms that they use. Like, the fucking shit they're seeing. Like, why are the fucking people who's making this fucking content not being called out? Is it because they're giving a lot of money to the fucking... Are they gaining a lot of money with the ad revenue and all that shit?
Then maybe it really does involve more direct parenting, right? I think this whole notion of giving kids a phone or a tablet and letting them go laissez-faire into the world is very dangerous, all right? And I think a lot of the blame should really be put on parents who let that happen in the first place.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of good parents out there that focus on their children's screen time and make sure that there's parental controls that are set. And
The attention, I think that's what it is. The attention towards the kid. Make sure you ask your, I don't know how some parents work, but like, yeah, some parents are not some parents couldn't even like have that real sort of discussion with their kids because of how many boundaries they've created with them and their children, you know. And some parents are just using these devices as a way to like distract them from like the real world. I also noticed that some of them are actually attached to the screen like themselves, and they're passing it on to their children or something. There's a lot of things out there, and it's just about like that. Yeah, if you couldn't put that attention to your kids, if you couldn't like actively like look over whatever shit they're looking at, you might as well not get them those sort of devices. That's all I could say. I mean, I'm not a mom, I'm not a parent, but that's probably, yeah, because I feel like from my experience as a kid, like restricting them will just make them rebel against you. That's all I've realized. Like, it's not really good to like, put your kids in some sort of I don't know, like restrict them that way instead of like telling them how it is, informing them.
who talk to their kids.
I don't know if you guys disagree, let me know.
About it. But I do think that is more of an exception than it is generally the norm, based on my experiences and what I've seen with parents around me and just children with unfettered access to the internet. But yeah, a lot to talk about today, and I wanted to really get these things out. I don't think age verifications are something that works. It's not just an opinion that I have. Plenty of privacy groups like the EFF also share a similar view of the world as well. I get the government wants to build these things as protecting the children, but I really think that there is an ulterior motive behind it. And also, I think the government pushes these laws without even actually thinking about the technological possibilities of it.
Yeah, like the logistic requirements of it. Like, how are they able to and the expenses? Like, sure, Australia has a lot of money, yeah, but how are they gonna make sure that it's gonna be feasible in the long run? Who is gonna pay for that shit? It's not. It lacks that sort of they didn't give it a little bit of but probably they have them. I have a feeling they have the money for it. And I'm sorry, I'm just stating my opinion. This is just an opinion. But I feel like it's just like fucking saying something like, don't do this shit. That's it. And the others are like, there's what's gonna happen?
I mean, how are you really going to prevent kids from accessing these websites, right? Like, yeah, sure, a website is banned in Australia. You think kids are stupid? You think they're not going to use VPN services to VPN themselves through another country where these kind of restrictions don't exist? Or are you going to focus on VPN companies as well too? Because hey, that is probably the first actual focus, the first point of trying to fight against these levels of protection. Why is that not ever mentioned in any of these laws is something that I genuinely am wondering. All right, one of the first things that I can think of circumvention-wise is never mentioned in any of these laws at all. But
yeah, maybe they should just subscribe to my fucking channel, right? So they could Like, what's his name? I'm sorry, I'm kidding. I shouldn't say that. That's bad. I'm sorry. I'm very, very,
Ladies
very
and
bad.
gentlemen, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Just like it if you dislike it. I am out.
How advertisers ruin a good idea. Oh, I think this is about like the new thing with the cookie, like accept. Like when you visit the website, like it will ask you an option to like either accept or reject the cookies used. I'ma check that. It's
Cookies.
probably gonna be my last video. I'm gonna play some video
You
games.
hear about them all the time. Almost every website you go to is using them, but a majority of us don't know what they are. When I made my video overviewing data collection and data breaches, I mentioned that cookies are little bits of information that are collected about you. But when I got really deep into the research for this video, I realized how little I actually knew. Oh my god, those things are heavy. To be able to fully understand these cookies, we need to go back to their origin. This story starts in April of
Oh, I like this website. I'm gonna subscribe to this dude. Subscribe to this dude, everyone. This is really interesting.
1993. CERN had just announced that the World Wide Web...
CERN, that's okay. CERN. Okay, it started the internet. The internet was with CERN, and then okay. Sorry, I'll disappear now. Goodbye. Goodbye,
They've been
guys.
working on it since 1989 and felt that it was important enough to make sure that anyone could use it. CERN had prioritized that any system would be able to use it, calling it a Universal Linked Information System. The World Wide Web had a really neat advantage to it that other internet protocols at the time didn't. It could be seen outside of a command line, and it could even have pictures. To view these new web pages, a web browser needed to be used, and at the beginning, there was only Mosaic. Now again, this is the first of its kind, so it was not widely adopted at first. There were several reasons for this, most being its usability. It was known to be rather complex, both from a programming perspective and from a user perspective. The language that was used for the World Wide Web was HTML, which was still being adapted for mainstream use from CERN. In time, some people would come together with the goal of creating a new web browser, one that would be better and easier to use than Mosaic. They had the intention of making sure that it was also freely available for the public. Mosaic was also free, but there was certainly a trend of companies that were taking advantage of other internet protocols. Services like AOL and MSN would charge a subscription to be able to access internet-enabled features, such as playing games online. They would also charge a hosting fee, so both users and companies using AOL or MSN were getting charged, and AOL and MSN really liked that. Back in 1993, though, neither AOL or MSN had said if they were going to jump on the World Wide Web, giving this team a chance to set things right from the start. In April of 1994, they formed the Mosaic Communications Corporation, and they got right to work. The sixth person to be hired at this new company was Lou Montulli, who will be very important in this story. Lou was young, just fresh out of college. One of his first big breakthroughs at the Mosaic Communications Corporation, man, they gotta get a better name for that, was his idea of a persistent client-state object, as he called it. Up to this point, when you visited a web page, it couldn't remember who you were. Every page you visited was treated as the first and only time you had ever been there. This made navigating the web very limiting. For example, let's say you were trying to buy something online, but you wanted to continue to shop around and maybe buy a second item. As it was, when you went to look at the second item, the website had already forgotten you had looked at something else and assumed you just didn't want to buy it. Now, it's worth noting that this kind of situation had not occurred up to this point. Lou and the team were trying to think ahead because they knew that it was only a matter of time before people tried to sell things on the World Wide Web. Plus, they had a little history to assume this was true, as shopping had already existed with other internet protocols. So how could you make a website remember you? The first thought was to track the user's connection, but this came with a pretty big flaw. When you visit a website, it shows the IP address of who is connecting, which is enough to know that someone from, say, Denver, Colorado, is connecting to your website. If another person from Denver connected, the website couldn't determine if it was you or someone else. This wouldn't work as it wasn't specific enough to know if it's the same individual computer or not. So, Lou's big breakthrough idea was to put a small text file on the user's computer through the web browser. That file then could be looked at by the website in the future and see what the information was. A huge advantage to this is that it is stored on the user's computer. meaning it could just be controlled by the user. Don't want a website to remember you anymore? Just delete the file, and you'll be treated as a stranger the next time you visit the webpage on that website. As far as how it could handle shopping, when you add a new item to your cart, it'll either update that text file or it'll just generate a new one, but it will list out the items in your cart. That way, if you plan on buying those items, but you want to wait a few days, when you come back to the website, it'll remember all those items. No account needed. Pretty neat, right? This could even contain information about you, like your name or your shipping address, but you would have to provide that information first. Again, it was always a priority that you, as the user, have total control to delete anything at any time. As this technology developed, the name changed from persistent client state object to just cookie. The name came from, as Lou describes it, the term magic cookies, which he thought he got from a textbook from his college days, though he later said that he couldn't actually find that reference. He realized during the development that this could be abused. You see, the advertising industry was already a very big deal. Banner ads were already making their way into websites, and they were already becoming one of the biggest revenue streams for the World Wide Web. Lou and the team knew that if advertisers got their hands on all that data, they could use it to track people, so they started building in restrictions to avoid that. One of the most notable restrictions they added was limits to who could access cookies on your computer. They set it up so that cookies could not be accessed by anyone other than the website that created it, and they even allowed for cookies to be automatically forgotten after a certain period of time, when it made sense. They really wanted to make sure that this made the web a better experience without crossing the line of privacy. As development continued, their plan was to have the cookie feature in the first beta release of their web browser, called Mosaic Netscape. Meanwhile, in August of 1994, a fellow by the name of Phil Brandenburger had a mighty need for Sting. Let me explain. He was the first person to use the World Wide Web to make a purchase using the original Mosaic browser. This was the first sale as we think of it today, with entering a credit card number and everything. But he could only buy one thing. Remember, the invention of the cookie hasn't been released yet. That's just how things worked. So, what did he decide to buy in this historic moment? He bought this CD, 10 Summoner's Tales by Sting. This was such a big deal that there was even an article written about it the following day by the New York Times. This made people start thinking, maybe this World Wide Web thing could catch on. E-commerce could be a very big deal. The following month, the first beta version of Mosaic Netscape was made available to the public. And it had the functionality of using cookies. The only website to use it initially was their own, just to see how many people revisited it. And with the success of the beta, in November of 1994, the name of the browser and the company were changed to Netscape Navigator and Netscape Communications, respectively.
Tell me what you're
and
grabbing
Netscape
after.
Navigator was released to the
And
public
I'm actually
for free.
gonna I'm hiding
Now,
again. 'cause
this was
I
a
haven't
big celebratory moment, but there were some concerns still with the cookie.
Oh,
At
you
that
just
time,
wanted
there
to
were no
become
standards regarding how
green, I
websites
see.
should use it.
What you do.
Sure, there were some technical restrictions, like with websites not being able to see other websites' cookies, but they still needed to spell everything out for developers. In April of 1995, the process of standardizing the cookie began. The popularity of the browser had been doing quite well, but they felt that time was on their side. The people that were working on these standards had lots of other responsibilities as well, so while it was a priority, it was not the highest one at all times. While they worked on that, the other people using the World Wide Web saw the potential. They agreed that e-commerce, in fact, was a big deal, and some notable websites popped up during this time. GeoCities, Amazon, eBay, and even a handful of search engines had all been released after Netscape Navigator 1.0. What the heck is going on? Oh, hang on. Stupid Windows is why I use Linux. In October of 1995, Microsoft released their own web browser, Internet Explorer, which supported cookies as well. Microsoft also released FrontPage, a website creation application for Windows 95. In December, Adobe joined the party and released a similar website creation tool that allowed you to make websites without even needing to know HTML. Things were picking up a lot of steam very quickly, and even the team at Netscape had been busy with updates of their own, releasing Netscape Navigator 2.0. Progress on the standards for the cookie had been put on the back burner.
Whenever I think of cookies, what are that? I didn't hear anything. I'm so sorry. I don't use lighter. I'm Christian. I pray every morning. Whenever I think of cookies, all I could like internet cookies, I just think of like gingerbread man. So say you're the ginger. I think this is the best time I could. I don't know if he's gonna talk about it in this video, but this is my best time to explain how you have created yourself an identity, a fingerprint on the internet. So with how many websites we encounter and how these cookies basically work, how they're connected to like vendors and all that shit, basically they were able to create basically a persona, like a profile of you, whoever's using this certain device. They don't necessarily know your name or your age or all that shit, but they do know your activity, the places you've been in terms of like the websites, your interests via the search bars and all that shit, and a whole lot of shit. And basically from those information, they're able to create another, basically you. They're able to assemble who you are, and without the security shit. And so they would sell it over to people who are actually interested in putting their fucking ads into your screen. Say, if you're into like if you're into making cookies, they would show you like an oven, for example, and all that shit. And yeah, that could influence. That's where the personalization comes in. You know, how the internet AI could personalize the content depending on how you basically interact and how the vendors have gathered a profile about you. And so that's the fingerprint that I'm talking about. So think of the fingerprint as the gingerbread man leaving his crumbs. The internet is the actually the gingerbread man is the computer, or the agent, the user agent, the web browser, and you're leaving crumbs of yourself on the internet. I keep coughing, I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on.
I mean, they had to, given the speed at which things were evolving. That changed, however, in December of 1995, when Cohen Holtman, a Dutch computer scientist, had sent out a notice to the Netscape team that there was an exploit with cookies that could be wildly problematic for privacy. Here's what he found. Let's say we have two different websites, website A and website B. Website A really wants to use an image that is hosted on website B, so website A asks for a direct link to that image. When website B provides it, it is now technically contained within website A. What this means is that website B can place its own cookie within the website A domain, even if you've never been to website B. This meant that if a group of websites got together, they could share these files with each other, making a massive network of tracking. If they had 10 websites sharing all of these files, if you visited just one of these sites, all 10 would have cookies on your computer. Or worse yet, let's say you have 10 websites that all have ads from the same ad company. That ad company now has access to when you visit any of these websites, how long you visit for, what items you're looking at, what items you leave in your cart.
So think of this as another industry. and there's a fucking monopoly. One of them is a giant who's able to basically gather all of your information, like not really, like all of your preferences, your interest, the keywords. Like when you search something on Google, how do you do this? How do you do that? They're keeping track of every fucking word. Exactly. Yep. Bambo hands, yeah. Doing the O face, yeah. I think even on Anonymous as well. Like they could do it anonymous as well.
What items you buy, like this could be really problematic for privacy. Cohen added, someone is bound to try this trick, and it will, when discovered, generate a lot of bad publicity for the whole web. Shortly after, in February of 1996, an article in the Financial Times was published, written by Tim Jackson. The article was strangely ahead of its time, going on to describe much of what we've already learned in this video. I've linked it in the description if you want to read the whole thing, but essentially, this was the first time that the public had been made aware of the cookie, and its first debut was calling it out as a bit of a privacy nightmare. And to the credit of the author, Tim, he was absolutely right, but the worst was yet to be realized. You see, while Cohen was presenting his concerns and Tim was writing this article, internet advertising companies like DoubleClick and Engage were already very aware of this exploit, and they were hard at work to take advantage of it. By the time this article had come out, they had amassed banner ads across thousands of different websites, all sharing a common cookie. This process would soon be given a name, third-party cookies, and it was the exact privacy nightmare that everyone was worried about. The article lit a fire under the Netscape team to finish the standards as soon as possible. When they started looking into it after the article's release, they found out that DoubleClick and Engage
I'm gonna read the comment for you guys. Regarding other websites can see your data if they are contained in website A, unquote. That's not technically correct. Website B won't be able to know your website A cookies, but it can and often does know it was included in website A, and often where in the site it was included. So if part of website B gets embedded inside hundreds of sites, they can store a cookie with a random number the first time you visit one of those sites. So you're assigned, like your browser is assigned with a certain number. And then if you visit that number, basically that number will be used as your identity, your token. That's you. And but yeah. So
had been pushing out third-party cookies very aggressively. This discovery forced the team to make a choice. Since cookies and third-party cookies were a functionality of the web browser, and given that Netscape Navigator was the most popular web browser of that time, they were presented with an opportunity to do something about the third-party cookies. There were three options that they came up with. Option 1, do nothing. Simply turn a blind eye to the use of third-party cookies and say that it's out of their control. This option would not sit well with most of the team, so they looked towards option 2, which was to block functionality of third-party cookies in Netscape Navigator. This one seems like a really solid option, as it would solve the privacy concerns, right? Well, Lou and the Netscape team took this entire situation very seriously, and they thought through all of the angles. Let's look at some of the pros and cons of this option. The biggest pro is something we just mentioned. It would solve the problem of third-party cookies in Netscape Navigator. However, the cons add up pretty quickly. First off, Netscape Navigator might not be the most popular web browser forever, and turning it off in this browser wouldn't force other web browsers to do the same. Second, advertising was one of the biggest sources of revenue on the internet already, and whether they liked it or not, it wouldn't go anywhere if they turned it on or off. In fact, those thousands of websites that had banner ads would lose revenue, preventing them from being able to continue running those sites in a lot of cases. Third, and probably worst, the genie was already out of the bottle. If they turned off the feature, advertisers would still be aware that this kind of tracking technology was possible, and they might be inspired to do something far worse. As Lou said, better the devil you know than the devil you don't. Remember, cookies still had the advantage of allowing users to delete them if they so wished. If they upset the advertisers, they might be inspired to make something that users can't control at all, which would be a much worse situation. And lastly, the World Wide Web was still uncertain in its future. Internet protocols had been coming and going rapidly since the internet's inception, and the team recognized that by allowing people to make money on the World Wide Web, it was more likely to allow it to continue through the future. The World Wide Web was super important to these guys, as it was actually free and open for anyone to use it, and they really wanted to make sure that giants like AOL and MSN couldn't rip people off like they had been for all the other protocols. So, given the weight against option 2, they looked towards their final option: give users the choice. This would give people the power to choose if they wanted to be tracked or not, but even this came with its own decisions. Will third-party cookies be allowed by default, or will they be disallowed by default? The power of the default was already very known at this point. Microsoft's Internet Explorer was the default browser of Windows 95 and was already the second most popular web browser and was quickly coming to surpass Netscape Navigator. In fact, that action would eventually get Microsoft in a lot of legal trouble, but that's a story for another day. So, given the weight of the concerns from option 2, they decided to allow third-party cookies by default and allow users to turn it off as they wished. I really can't emphasize enough how insightful this team was, despite being a group of people mostly in their 20s. Like, these were society-changing decisions that were put onto these people. I don't know about you, but I was kind of a dunce in my 20s, so all I'm saying is that it was an impressive amount of insight. And so, they decided to keep third-party cookies on by default in Netscape, but they allowed people to turn it off. In 1997, the standards were published, which heavily discouraged the practice of using third-party cookies. This was also the year that Netscape open-sourced their code and created a brand new nonprofit foundation called the Mozilla Foundation. The word Mozilla is actually a reference back to when Netscape was being developed. It means mosaic killer. They even had a goofy mascot and everything. Mozilla was the unofficial name of the browser before it got its official Netscape name. The following year, AOL bought Netscape for $10 billion in 1998 money. That's about $20 billion today, or about half of Twitter. This acquisition upset some of the Netscape team, and they would leave to make a new web browser under the Mozilla Foundation, Firefox. Shortly after that, AOL ceased production of the Netscape Navigator and laid off the remaining Netscape team. It's wild to me that all of what we just learned, the creation of Netscape, the invention of the cookie, the exploitation of the cookie, and the death of Netscape, all occurred within a 4-year window. I guess tech has always moved quickly. Now, there's one other thing that we need to discuss. Uh-oh. Remember how I mentioned that third-party cookies
like his animations, like that could have been a little bit smoother, like a little bit more fluid movements rather than like the stop animated concept. But yeah, sorry, that's just me.
Cookies are the devil we know.
I'm just yapping.
Well,
I'm just yapping.
advertisers eventually created the devil we don't know, and it took much longer to come to fruition. Everything we've learned about up to this point has had complete control by the users, and while not all users cared what's being collected, or clear anything at all, it did at least have the capability. This new thing, though, it's completely outside of any user's control. Fingerprinting is the actual bad guy here. It's data that's being collected about you that you don't have a choice in at all. If you do figure out how to prevent that data from being collected, it is still able to identify you in a way, because most people don't try to prevent it. It's like wearing a ski mask to block your face. You're still there, they just can't see your face. The data collected here is actually something I misunderstood when I made the original data video. This website shows all the things that are collected about you. I wrapped that all into the context of cookies that are in that video. But I was wrong. That was fingerprinting data. It's tracking things like the device you're on, the location of your device, the types of cameras you have, how many microphones you have, how big your screen is, how big the window of the page you're looking at is, your web browsing history, whether you're using a VPN or not, what browser extensions you have, how much storage you have on your device, even how much battery is remaining, and more. And again, even if you figure out how to turn off that tracking, it will still identify that you aren't contributing to the tracking. I don't have many answers for
Sorry, I'm just gonna try to like be on the other side of his argument. I mean, that is actually true. That is true, but there are good things for that as well. Like having those enabled in some cases. First of all, it allows your bank to actually make sure that is this the person that we're actually like PayPal, for example. Like not only do they use those sort of like two-factor authentications, but they also like use that cookie as some measure to like make sure that it's actually you based on that fingerprint, basically fingerprint. And same with like the apps on your phone as well. But yeah, then again there are the advertisers, the advertising, like the vendors for your preferences and all that stuff. So
fingerprinting, unfortunately. It's a topic of conversation that I'm still struggling to wrap my head around. I do know that some web browsers try to mitigate the impacts of it by either making you blend in with the crowd, or others just randomize all the data. There are also some extensions that can help minimize things, but again, that sort of can still be traced to some degree. I have some resources in the description that can help you figure out how bad your fingerprint is or not. However, I don't want to end this video on the dreadful note of fingerprinting. Looking back at how optimistic these guys were when building out the tools that would shape the World Wide Web was honestly inspiring, and it reminded me of a very important fact. Even today, despite these trackers existing on all big platforms, the internet is open to anyone to make anything. And a lot of that is thanks to those guys at Netscape for making the cookie. Websites don't have to have cookies, nor do they have to contribute towards fingerprinting. I know that things online today feel like they're all just a small handful of giant corporations ruling over everything, like Google, Meta, and so on. But those services are built on an open standard. You don't have to comply. You can make whatever the heck you want. Do you wish YouTube had fun channel backgrounds again? Make a website with backgrounds and embed your videos on that website. Do you wish forums were mainstream again? Go make one. For my website, I prioritized one thing. I want it to be how I want it to be. It's janky, sure, but it's mine. And I'm thrilled that people have found value within it.
What happened?
Whether it's the forum and people who love sharing pictures of frogs, or the privacy visualizer that got way more attention than I ever anticipated. I'm not a fan of tracking, so my website has no cookies, and I don't put ads on my site as well because I think that stuff sucks to look at, so I don't bother to put it there. And do you know what's cool? There are actual companies that are following this philosophy of rejecting surveillance capitalism. There's a great article someone shared on the forum recently with the president of Signal, which is a privacy-focused messaging app.
I have a book about this actually. But yeah, what happened, big guy? Why did you end up in the hospital? Like, oh my gosh, let me like actually point it out. I haven't actually finished it yet. Don't judge me, okay? Good book, this one. They're basically talking about the whole thing. But I think it's more like on the like the history, and I think it's something about the Five Eyes as well, how they're like, using that. And yeah, Allah. Oh my god, a kidney stone. Another one. Did they remove it? Oh my god, bless your tummy. I hope do you feel better? You do feel better. You did say you do feel better, but like, were they able to remove it, or did you just have to drink something? I hope you're doing good though. Like, I hope nothing's like like hurt or anything. You know what I mean? Like, because that can be really sharp and they could really damage your organs. That makes sense.
I didn't know it at the time, but Signal is a non-profit organization, and they...
Oh my god, so you still have... Where are you? Are you at the hospital then?
like those Netscape guys back in 1994,
no.
are passionate about doing the right thing over the profitable.
Can they use the vibration stuff? Like the... They don't have those. Sorry.
thing.
How are you sure you're feeling a little better? Did they give you some meds? Oh. I should drink more water.
Things certainly can get murky, sure. But Signal has the advantage of knowing what could go wrong, like with what happened to Netscape. And they're not the only ones. Proton, of Proton Mail fame, is also a non-profit, and they are equally as focused on privacy. As dark and sad as things can seem online, just remember that there are people doing the right thing, and you're welcome to contribute however you see fit. Make a silly website, or advocate for privacy for those who might not understand it. The World Wide Web was designed to be free and open to anyone. Let's make sure we always remember that. Thank you for watching.
Just make sure you take whatever they
And as
told
always,
you.
please be kind and patient with each other.
Oh, such sweet. Okay, he shouldn't like put that because yeah, copyright. So one of the things I used to fucking like turn off cookies when I want them is called Privacy Badger. Basically I noticed that's how I notice how they are, and if you actually read the list of vendors they've got, it's
Ma'am, good morning.
fucking list. Like fuck boy. And yeah, they should do it as soon as possible, because that ain't like when my sister got her shit, like she was crying, you know. She was crying. Like, so yeah, take care of yourself. Don't make me put my slipper on your... I don't have any money for a new sleeper, so...
For the first time in 30
Don't make me throw my
years, the
sleeper.
United States is building nuclear weapons. And not just missiles and bombs, but new submarines, new airplanes,
But yeah, big guy. Get well soon.
and new underground
I'm sorry
silos to
hear,
launch
and
them.
You better tell the doctor
Over
to
the
get it
next
as soon
3
as possible.
decades, the US
Please.
military will spend an estimated $2 trillion replacing nearly every piece of its Cold War arsenal. The original Manhattan Project, for comparison, cost just $30 billion, and that's adjusted for inflation. In other words, the American public is about to spend the equivalent of another Manhattan Project every 5 months for the next 30 years. Why? By the end of the Cold War, the US and Soviet Union had accumulated over 60,000 nuclear weapons. But as the USSR collapsed, their numbers began to fall, down to just 11,000 in 2009. That year, newly elected President Barack Obama called for a world without them, for which he won the Nobel Peace Prize. A year later,
God, I
the
said I was
US and
gonna watch
Russia
the last
signed
video.
New
Oh, wow.
START, an arms control treaty that limited the number of warheads each country could actively deploy. In the eyes of many, nuclear weapons were fast becoming obsolete. And that, for most people, is where they've remained. But the truth is, they've been quietly making a comeback. To ratify that treaty with Russia, Obama made a
I don't actually play a lot of video games. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I haven't been like interested in video games lately. That's why I'm thinking about IRL, because at least IRL, like I do some shit IRL, you know what I mean? But I feel like I'm a really awkward person. I'm sorry, I'm just a really awkward person.
compromise with Republican senators to set aside billions of dollars to modernize America's arsenal. And once that door was opened, it became impossible to close. Billions became trillions. Initially, the argument was that many of our weapons had been built 30, 40, or even 50 years earlier, and thus were in need of a tune-up. Take plutonium pits, for instance. Inside every nuclear weapon is a compressed sphere of plutonium about the size of a bowling ball that initiates the explosion. We know that plutonium degrades over time. We just don't know exactly how much time. In 2007, an independent group of scientists estimated a lifespan of at least 100 years. And in 2012, another group artificially aged some plutonium by 150 years, after which they found no unexpected defects. Nevertheless, we're now in the process of producing about 80 new pits a year, at a cost of about $18 to $24 billion. And that's just the beginning. As the name implies, America's nuclear triad has 3 components: an air, sea, and land leg. And we're replacing all of them at the same time. First, the US Air Force operates 3 nuclear bomber bases in North Dakota, Louisiana, and Missouri. Together, they house a fleet of 66 nuclear-capable planes, 20 B-2As, and 46 B-52H bombers. The former are set to be completely replaced by a new B-21 model, and the latter will get redesigned engines. Next, the US Navy maintains a fleet of 14 ballistic missile submarines, 8 in the Pacific, stationed in Washington, and 6 in the Atlantic, stationed in Georgia. These Ohio-class ships will soon be replaced with new Columbia-class boats, at a cost of at least $112 billion. And finally, all across Montana, North Dakota, Wyoming, Colorado, and Nebraska are 450 of these unassuming fenced-off areas. Underneath them lie silos, and in these silos sit intercontinental ballistic missiles. The ones we have now are called Minuteman missiles because they can strike anywhere on the planet in less than 30 minutes. Well, apparently that's not good enough. The Air Force is now replacing all—
Yeah, I don't get what's with this a lot. Like, that's a lot of weapons they're gonna use. I mean, I guess they do have, like, a lot of, like, influence. But apparently, like, oh, let's watch. Oh, 36 minutes. Oh, I don't want to play. No, let's watch this,
all of
and
them.
then I'll play video
It's
games.
also upgrading the silos, command centers, and the 7,500 miles of underground cables that connect them. The question is, do we need all this? There's an argument to be made that given what's at stake, we should restart production of plutonium pits. This would show the world that after a 30-year break, we can still make them. And it would give us a backup plan just in case our existing ones degrade faster than expected. But it's much harder to see why we need 80 of them a year. That seems like an excessive and excessively expensive amount of redundancy. And the same can be said about nearly all these upgrades. At any given moment, on any given day, the United States has 1,700 nuclear warheads deployed across dozens of submarines submerged hundreds of feet underwater, hundreds of missile silos waiting to launch at a moment's notice, and dozens of bombers capable of flying undetected up to 50,000 feet in the air. Any one of these warheads could destroy a mid-sized city, and each submarine and bomber carries several. This more than guarantees our ability to retaliate should one of our adversaries attack first. In other words, it's hard to see what the 1700th and first weapon does that the 1700th can't. Now, it would be one thing if this were merely wasteful. And make no mistake, it is. All of these projects are behind schedule and over budget. The new ICBM—
Wow.
alone have already grown to an estimated cost of $141 billion, an 81% increase from 2020. And get this, the budget for plutonium pits more than tripled between 2017 and 23. $500 million of which is due to a roof that was designed 13 feet lower than it should have been. But these upgrades aren't just wasteful. They're also dangerous. Take the land leg of the triad, for instance. Originally, these stationary missiles were justified for their survivability. Surely, the Soviet Union couldn't find and target them all, and thus we'd always be able to retaliate. But today, technology has improved enough that our submarines, to say nothing of our stealth bombers, serve the same purpose. And they do it better and more cost-effectively. One submarine hidden deep underneath the ocean is a lot harder to find and destroy than 400 missile silos that are plainly visible from Google Earth. Along the way, the justification for keeping these missiles has shifted from survivability to using them as a kind of nuclear sponge. If another country were to attack the United States, the thinking goes, they'd first have to waste something like 400 weapons of their own just to stop us from retaliating. Needless to say, this isn't a very comforting possibility, given that even if it worked as intended, it would still kill millions of Americans. Either you believe that the other two legs of our triad already guarantee our ability to retaliate, in which case our ICBMs are a gigantic waste of money, or you believe they're useful, in which case they act as a target, drawing nuclear attacks into our country's interior. And whatever value that has is offset by the risk of an accidental launch. A submarine or bomber can turn around at any time, but a missile, once launched, cannot. In the heat of the Cold War, we cared about speed above all else. Given the heightened risk at the time, every second was of paramount importance. Today, that speed is less of an asset and more of a liability. Now, the odds of an accidental launch are terrifying but exceedingly small. But while these new missiles and submarines and bombers themselves aren't likely to cause World War III, the far bigger danger is that our adversary's reaction to them does. Unlike your typical bridge to nowhere, wasteful yet harmless, this boondoggle provokes a response. This $2 trillion project was originally sold as a mere renovation, to restore deterrence and maintain the nuclear equilibrium. But as its scale and scope has expanded, our adversaries are less and less likely to see it that way. And deterrence has always been about perception. Thus, we may be stuck with the worst of both worlds. That all these new weapons do nothing to enhance our security, but that Russia and China and North Korea's response to them degrades it. If nothing else, this is a signal, a $2 trillion signal to the world, that we don't expect nuclear weapons to fade into irrelevance. It would be crazy if Moscow and Beijing and Pyongyang weren't paying attention. Indeed, we know they are. Since we started upgrading our arsenal, all of our adversaries have doubled down on nuclear weapons. Russia, most notoriously, has made threats of nuclear blackmail during its war with Ukraine, even going so far as to transfer some of its nukes to Belarus. It started to develop new types of weapons, and it completely backed out of New START, meaning it will soon be able to deploy as many nuclear weapons as it wants when the treaty expires in 2026. And while China's stockpile remains only a fraction as large as Russia's or America's, it's begun growing rapidly in recent years. Now, individually, Moscow and Beijing and Washington can argue, and may genuinely believe, that they're simply reacting, that their new and upgraded weapons are merely aimed at restoring deterrence in the face of rising threats. But collectively, we have a name for when everyone is simultaneously restoring deterrence. It's called an arms race. The risk of nuclear war is at its highest point since the end of the Cold War.
Why is this like always ending like that? Yeah, because they end it at a fucking ad, so that makes sense. I'm thinking between playing like something or watching another one, but maybe I'll watch another one. Maybe this one.
Look at that! So pretty!
The other day, my son asked me why rainbows are curved. And I could have given him a simple explanation, but...
I want to touch his beard. I'm not gonna.
But instead, I made this video.
With beautiful demonstrations I've never seen before.
This is the perspective of a rainbow from a single raindrop.
And the best animations ever created on the subject. Because I promise you, almost every explanation out there
Double rainbow
is an oversimplification. For example, if raindrops spread white light into colors like a prism, then why do you never see a rainbow when looking in the direction of the sun? Or why is it darker above a rainbow than under it? How can you make a rainbow disappear with sunglasses? What's going on here? Why is this rainbow so much smaller than usual? And how did this phenomenon directly lead to a Nobel Prize? Oh yeah, we're going deep on this one because the full explanation is so much more satisfying than anything you've seen before. To make a rainbow, you need three things: raindrops, the sun, and you, an observer.
Okay, this is one of those experiments that seems so simple, but I've never seen anyone do it before. I have a glass sphere, and that represents my raindrop. Because as we've learned in previous videos, raindrops, of course, are essentially spherically shaped. Just preparing the particulate so that I can see the laser beams. Over here, I have a laser, and that laser beam represents a ray from the sun.
Rays of light from the sun reach a raindrop essentially parallel to each other because the sun is so far away. When light strikes the sphere, some of it reflects back off the front surface, and some is transmitted into the sphere. Then at the back, again, some of the light reflects off the back surface, and some is transmitted. Every time light goes from one medium into another, some of it will be reflected and some transmitted. And exactly how much depends on the angle of the light, its polarization, and the nature of the two media. This is actually helpful here because I can use the reflections to make sure the laser is lined up properly.
I think I've got this red laser lined up so it's hitting the middle of the sphere and it's reflecting here, but some of the light goes through and some of the light reflects at the back surface and then some of the light goes through to the wall.
Now I'm going to keep the laser horizontal and move it up the sphere. So let's call the distance from the central axis the impact parameter. As I move the laser up, the reflection off the front surface goes up. It's just bouncing off that curved surface. And I can tell you, this is a simple, boring reflection. Nothing interesting happens with it. It's not involved in rainbows, so it's there, but we're basically going to ignore it for the rest of the video. What's much more interesting is the reflection off the back surface.
Now here comes that ray here. This spot is on the table.
As the laser moves up, it goes down. In fact, the whole beam inside the sphere bends down. That's because as the light enters the sphere, it slows down, and so it refracts.
But why does light slow down when it enters a dense medium like glass? Well, I think a lot of people can tell you that light is an electromagnetic wave without really thinking about what that means.
You know the electric field around a charged balloon that pulls on your hair or makes it stick to a wall? And the magnetic field around a bar magnet that makes iron filings line up?
Well, light is what happens if you could rip the electric field off the charges, the magnetic field off the magnet, smush them together, and send them out traveling through space. Sort of. I mean, in practice, electromagnetic waves are made by accelerating charges, like by wiggling them up and down. Then the changing electric and magnetic fields they create team up as light and head off on their own.
The clearest explanation I know of for how light is slowed down in a medium comes from Grant over at 3Blue1 Brown.
I asked him if I could summarize his explanation for this video, and he graciously agreed.
So when those electromagnetic waves encounter charges in a medium, like those in the first layer of our sphere, the light pushes them back and forth. You can think of each charge as a little mass on a spring, and the changing electric and magnetic fields cause it to vibrate at the same frequency as the light. But now you have wiggling, that is, accelerating charges, so they too must create their own electromagnetic waves. And the net electromagnetic field is just a sum of the incident wave plus this new wave. The result is almost exactly like the original wave, except it is shifted back slightly. It receives a phase kick, and each layer of the material adds another phase kick. So the net effect of all this is the wavelength of the radiation decreases in the new medium. And since the frequency stays the same, a shorter wavelength decreases the speed of light through the material. The speed of light in a vacuum divided by the speed of light in a medium is called the refractive index. It's around 1.5 for glass and 1.33 for water. So when light enters a new medium at an angle, the part of the wave crests that enter the new medium first slow down first, and this changes the angle of all the wave crests. And since the direction of a beam of light is perpendicular to the wave crests, this means the light changes direction. So to recap, light causes charges to wiggle, so they create their own electromagnetic wave, which gives the light a phase kick, shortening its wavelength, which slows it down, and so it bends. There's a simple mathematical expression that relates the angles of incidence and refraction to the indexes of refraction of the two media. It's known as Snell's law, even though it was independently discovered by a handful of people some well before Snell. And this is what we're seeing in the sphere. The higher the laser hits the sphere, the larger the angle of incidence, and hence the more it bends down due to refraction. Most of this light exits out the back of the sphere, but some of it is reflected. And it's this reflected ray that we can see coming out the front of the sphere below the incident beam. Now, I want to graph the angle of this reflected ray as I move the beam up the sphere. When the laser is dead center, the reflected beam comes straight back at the source, so let's call that 0 degrees. Then as I move the laser up, this angle increases, so the light's coming back at 5 degrees, then 10 degrees, and it keeps increasing the higher I go. But now we come to the critical point. Watch this spot on the table. As I move the incident beam up, this dot is moving in. The reflected ray is coming closer and closer and closer. But there's a certain point right there where it stops coming closer. Look at that. And even as I keep moving this beam higher and higher, it doesn't get any closer.
And then it goes back the other way.
So what we're seeing there is a maximum angle this reflected ray reaches before it turns around and goes back the other way. And this is really important. It means that over a range of impact parameters, a range of heights of the laser, the reflected beam comes out at essentially the same angle, which means the light is becoming concentrated at that angle. And a concentration of light rays is called a caustic. Curved surfaces all tend to create caustics, from coffee mugs to glasses or even just rippling water. Caustics create the light patterns we see by concentrating light rays. In the case of red light through a sphere of water, the maximum scattering angle, and hence this caustic, always occurs at 42 degrees below the horizontal. Since my sphere is made of glass rather than water, well, the angle is different, but the principle is the same. Now, you might ask, why does this reflected ray reach a maximum angle and then turn around? Well, the answer is just geometry. As I move the laser up the sphere, although the ray refracts down, the point on the back of the sphere where it reflects continues to move up until you get to this special point, which is about 7/8 the radius of the sphere. And here, the angle of incidence is so steep that the refracted ray stops hitting the back higher and starts hitting it lower. That is why the reflection turns around. And therefore, we get a maximum scattering angle and the concentration of light rays at that angle. But the precise maximum scattering angle depends on the color of light. To see why, let's go back to the idea of the charges in the sphere as masses on springs. They have a natural frequency, a frequency at which they would oscillate if not driven at any particular frequency. And in most materials, this natural frequency is pretty high, much higher than the frequencies of visible light. Now, when light pushes a charge back and forth, the amplitude of the resulting vibration depends on the difference between the frequency of light and the natural frequency of the charge. The closer the two frequencies are, the greater the amplitude of the resulting vibration. Which makes sense if you've ever pushed someone on a swing. The closer your pushing frequency is to the natural frequency of the swing, the higher they'll go. This means that higher frequency light, like blue light,
The swing. Why did they have to turn it into some sort of fucking? Oh my god! I just fucking swing. I just want to swing. Okay. I'm sorry. Wow. I was just like.
will cause the charges to
all
wiggle
the
with
shit.
greater amplitude. And because of this, the charges produce higher amplitude electromagnetic radiation, which creates a bigger phase kick, which shortens the wavelength proportionally more, making higher frequency light travel slower and bend more than lower frequency light.
All right, I'm gonna change lasers.
So when I repeated the experiment with green light, it refracted more than red light, and therefore the green dot turned around sooner than the red dot.
Whoa. Oh. There's the minimum deflection for green, and it's significantly different than for red.
In other words,
I'll become a magnet if I do an IRL. I'll turn into a chick magnet.
its maximum scattering angle was smaller than for red light.
But I'm gonna do it with someone, I promise. I promise.
If the sphere were water, it would occur at around 41 degrees below the horizontal. Similarly, for blue light, the maximum scattering angle approaches 40 degrees.
I do have a specialty laser, which is very bright blue, but it's very dangerous, so we're gonna use it very carefully. How are we gonna use it very carefully, Derek? That is a good question.
Carefully, my
I
ass.
think we're just gonna tape it on here. Yeah. So the blue only makes it to there. Green to here, red to here. So it is a pretty serious spread here. I think my experiment may be a little wonky, honestly. I think this one wasn't perfectly horizontal.
To really see the importance of the caustic,
Yeah.
imagine we
They should
illuminate
try
the
this
sphere
out.
uniformly with red light. Well, more light is going to hit the sphere at higher impact parameters because the further out you go, the more area there is. So I've adjusted these sections so that they all have the same area. Then, using our graph of the scattering angle, you can see where all of this red light will end up after reflecting off the back surface. Most of it ends up at the maximum scattering angle. To make this more obvious, we can add more light. And we can do the same thing for orange and
then
yellow
that's how it...
and all of the other colors. This is what gives us the rainbow. It's not enough to say that a raindrop spreads white light into its component colors, because all of the light that hits closer to the middle is spread too. But since the reflections all overlap as they come out, the colors mix and produce white again. It's only the difference in maximum scattering angles and the caustic...
Yeah, that's what you see. That's the... Sorry. I'm sorry. I want to watch the Wicked one now. Wicked. I'm going to watch it. I promise. Anna, which is my Discord friend of mine, the one I played with Dead by Daylight with. Yeah. She said it was good.
they produce.
Everyone is saying it's good, and I feel left out. I'm not gonna lie. But it's Ariana, so...
gives us the rainbow. So now we know what happens along a single radius of the sphere. So what happens if we uniformly illuminate the whole sphere with white light? Well, I blacked out my window and cut a hole just big enough for afternoon sunlight to cover the sphere. You can see there's a circle of white light coming from the reflections off the back of the sphere. And then around it, there's a ring of rainbow colors.
Come on. One raindrop creates a cone of light. The inside is all white, and the ring around the outside is colored. This is the perspective of a rainbow from a single raindrop. All these different light rays coming in at different places reflect back off the front surface and the back surface, and that reflection off the back surface.
It would be annoying to be there, like on that fucking window at that time of the day while you're fucking working. Because I remember when I was working at the fucking offices, like, and then the sun is fucking striking at you, like you're fucking like, hello. And you couldn't even like put any shades on it because like work doesn't allow it, policy, safety, whatever bullshit they have.
Surface reaches a maximum angle, and for blue, green, yellow, and red, the maximum angle is different. So the red maximum angle is the furthest. That's why it's on the outside here. So good. So good.
What I really wanted to see is if I could observe the cone of different colored caustics that produced that ring.
You've got to see this color cone. You have got to see this. My eye is right in the color cone here. I can see the color cone. That is so cool. So this is the crazy
it's gonna burn.
Focus on the back of the sphere. If you stick your finger in there, it gets burnt very quick. Ow! Thing is a focal.
Yeah, that's like, it's like that. Oh, I used to love that when I was a kid, you know? Like, I would like use the, you know, when you have like the, what do you call that? The thing with the big thing. What do you call it? I forgot what it's called. Magnifying glass, that's it. Magnifying glass. And then you shine it on the sun and then you burn paper with it. And then you put it on your friend's hands. And then it's all I couldn't. My thoughts. Oh, I remember my thoughts are getting to me, and yeah, I unfortunately didn't. I'm sorry. I'm a bad child. That's true. Actually, that's a smart idea. So if I am like a boss somewhere, I could actually use it as a weapon as well. Like, put your hands up. I have a magnifying glass. I'm gonna burn you. You could actually like cause fire with it, you know, to think about it. You could burn the forest with it. Strong, yes. Feminism, yes. Strong women, bad blood. Yeah, I forgot about that. Even even with the Claudia. I'm not actually sure. Sorry, I don't know.
Now, this really looks like a rainbow, but remember, this is just the light coming away from a single droplet. When you see a rainbow, there are billions of raindrops, and each one is projecting a rainbow cone back toward the sun. So how does all of this create a single unified rainbow? Well, for your eye to see a color, let's pick red, in a certain part of the sky, then the red caustic from a raindrop there must go directly into your eye. And this only happens when the angle from the sun to the raindrop to your eye is 42 degrees. And this explains why rainbows take the form of an arch with a 42-degree angle. Now, the violet light from these same raindrops passes above or beside your eye, so you can't possibly see it. But there are raindrops below and inside the arc of those red-giving raindrops whose violet caustics do intersect your eye. They form a shallower angle of 40 degrees between the sun and your eye. And of course, there are raindrops at all intermediate angles that send you all the other colors of the rainbow. So a rainbow really is the ultimate optical illusion. From billions of droplets, each projecting a rainbow cone, you see a single
When raindrops fell. Oh my god, hurry, hurry!
static arch of color. But the droplets sending you those colors are constantly changing. A single drop as it falls might send to your eye first red, then orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. And because a rainbow must form an angle of 40 to 42 degrees with your eye, the center of the arch must be on a line that passes from the sun through the back of your head. So your shadow is the center of your rainbow.
This means no two people can ever see the exact same rainbow. In fact, your left and right eyes don't even see the same rainbow. A rainbow is an optical illusion made unique for each perspective.
Like magic!
This also explains why in most parts of the world you can only see a rainbow in the early morning or late afternoon, not in the middle of the day. The higher the sun is, the lower the top of the rainbow is, and when the sun is more than 42 degrees above the horizon, no rainbow is visible from the ground. But even when rainbows are visible, you can turn them invisible using sunglasses. That is, as long as they are polarized. Light from the sun is unpolarized, which means the electric fields of the light are all randomly oriented, oscillating back and forth equally in all directions. But it just so happens that when the light in the rainbow ray reflects off the back of the droplet, it does so very close to a special angle known as Brewster's angle. At this angle, all light with its electric field oriented parallel to the plane of reflection is transmitted. So it passes out the back of the droplet. And therefore, the only light that is reflected has its electric field perpendicular to the plane of reflection. This is the light that creates the rainbow. This means rainbow light is polarized along the direction of the rainbow, so horizontal at the top and closer to vertical on the sides. This is why you can use a polarizing filter to make a rainbow disappear, or to make it brighter if you orient the filter to allow that polarized light to pass through. But why is it brighter under a rainbow than above it? Well, this is because the raindrops beneath the rainbow are reflecting all colors of light at you off their back surfaces. This is what created the white disk in my glass sphere experiment. In contrast, the raindrops above the top of the rainbow are not reflecting any light to you off their back surfaces. Your eye is now outside the maximum deflection angle of all of the colors.
But if you look up even further, sometimes you see a second, fainter rainbow with its colors inverted.
Double rainbow!
So where does this come from? Well, it comes from an additional reflection inside the raindrops. Now, instead of reflecting once off the inside of the sphere, light reflects twice. These reflections also create colored caustics, though much fainter because light is lost with each reflection. If you look at deflection angles, this light starts going out the back of the raindrop, so at an angle of 180 degrees, but the further out light hits from the center, the smaller the angle light reflects back at, until it reaches a minimum of around 50 degrees for red light. Then it turns around and goes back the other way. So between 42 and 50 degrees, it is dark because no light reflected once or twice inside a raindrop comes out at this angle. This is known as Alexander's dark band.
Now, there is photographic evidence of third and fourth order rainbows formed after 3 or 4 internal reflections. But this light comes out the back of a raindrop, so they are the only kinds of rainbows that you could expect to see when looking in the direction of the sun. But they're
Wouldn't that burn your fucking eyes?
so faint that conditions would have to be perfect. Under lab conditions, up to 200th order rainbows have been detected.
Oh, is it a short video or?
But that is not what is going on here.
Or are we gonna finish this?
This is known as a supernumerary rainbow. Multiple rainbow-like bands show up under a primary rainbow. But this only occurs when the raindrops are all really small, just tenths of a millimeter in diameter. Now the light rays that pass just above and below the primary rainbow ray end up coming out at similar angles under 40 degrees, but they travel slightly different distances on the order of a wavelength. And because of this, those light rays can interfere constructively and destructively, producing a series of light and dark bands inside the main rainbow. Different colors in these supernumerary rainbows overlap more than in the main rainbow, so they can produce strange colors like magenta, a combination of blue and red.
Supernumeraries also offer a clue to how these small rainbows work. Whenever I saw images like this, or even observed this sort of thing from an airplane, I wondered how a rainbow could be so small.
These are known as glories or Brockenbows. Instead of
That sounds so weird. I'm so sorry. I refuse to call them. I prefer to call them broken bows. That sounds so much better than. Because yeah, it's like yeah. I just think of the nasty one whenever you see it, and it's actually like an actual. I'm sorry, it's just my head. I know it's me.
the usual
It's my
42
fault.
degrees, these circles of
I'm
color
nuts.
are only around 2 to 4 degrees wide.
Why is he playing like an angel music? It's like we're going to heaven.
The key is that just like in supernumeraries, glories are due to interference, so they too require tiny water droplets, just tenths of a millimeter in diameter. These are the sorts of droplets you'd find in fog or clouds.
Light that strikes the edge of the drop can go around the back and come straight back at the source. You can see that with the laser on the glass sphere. But effectively, in the presence of parallel light rays, tiny little droplets become a ring source of light. But for these tiny droplets, the distance from one point to all edges of the sphere can vary on the order of a wavelength. So take, for example, the point right out in front of the drop. Well, now the distance to all edges is the same, so the light interferes constructively here and produces a bright spot. But a little bit off to one side, and now half of the light, on average, has traveled an extra half a wavelength, and so we get a dark spot here. If you go a little further, well, now the light has traveled an extra whole wavelength, so now the light is arriving in phase again, and we get a bright spot here. So we can rotate this around 360 degrees and extend it out in all directions, and what we get is a fuzzy bullseye pattern. And of course, all the different colors of light have different wavelengths, and so these bullseye patterns aren't completely overlapping. So when they're superimposed, what we see is rings of color.
Now, this is just the pattern from a single droplet, but just like with a rainbow, if you have millions or billions of these droplets, they all contribute to produce this same pattern with your shadow at the center. And it was just such a pattern.
Yeah, that is why when you're like, I don't know if you guys noticed, but if you like splash like water on like when it's sunny and you splash water, you can actually replicate a rainbow. Like when you like if you could like splash it in tiny particles, like, shh, you know, like a spray, like the what do you call it, sprinkler? I think that's the English, like white people shit.
And that inspired a Nobel Prize winning discovery.
Sorry.
In September of 1894, a scientist named C.T.R. Wilson was visiting an observatory in the Scottish Hills. It was then that he observed the colored rings surrounding the shadow cast on mist or cloud. He recalls that these glories greatly excited my interest and made me wish to imitate them in the laboratory. So Wilson invented the cloud chamber for the explicit purpose of observing glories. Of course, once he discovered the cloud chamber made the tracks of energetic particles visible, he abandoned his original aim and was later awarded the Nobel Prize. But it all started with the mystery of rings of color in the fog.
That looks so nice.
How did you see that? So now I hope you know, my son, why rainbows are curved. And
He lives in Sydney. That's it, Sydney. That's in Sydney.
Why they're polarized, and why they exist at all. And even more than that, I hope you know why I find such enjoyment in learning about our world. Why it is worth figuring things out. For millennia, rainbows have been this blatant challenge held up to us by nature. But can you figure this out? And it's satisfying to say, we have.
I'm looking at a different rainbow than you.
That's a bummer though. I thought there was like gold on it or something. Like, it would have been cool if that was the case. It's like, you know, like, and then we'd all get there and then everyone gets a pot of gold, you know? Like, that would be cool. That would be cool. I remember your video. See ya.
Hello, I'm here to show the power of a Fresnel lens that was taken
I
from a rear
remember
projection
it.
television.
Memories,
The
bro.
particular lens I have concentrates the light down to a point, which means it is extremely hot. So I have a rock on a stack of cinder blocks here. I'm going to demonstrate how this is getting so hot that it melts the rock.
Oh, I think I've seen this
I
before.
have like 3 sunglasses on top of my regular sunglasses I'm going to put on.
But that is a really strong, like, that's a really strong glass, right? Like, it's not like as strong as like the magnifying glass. I mean, look at how big that hole is. Like, that could burn your fucking, like, that could chop off your hand and your bones included.
Here, I'm going to
Crazy.
demonstrate how this is getting so hot that
That's gonna get to your.
So I'm going to put some protective glass. I have like 3 sunglasses on top of my
Oh,
regular
wow.
sunglasses I'm going to put on. It's better to have a welding helmet.
Oh,
than this,
TV
but-
set. Oh, yeah, those would be thick
Let
as
me show you
fuck.
how. So right now the rock.
I feel bad now for the person. I don't honestly remember if I did that or someone did it to me. But yeah. You know, intrusive thoughts.
Is
You gotta learn, you
not
gotta
totally in the sun,
experience
so
to
I'm gonna
learn.
move it just slightly up into the hottest part.
Yeah, look at that.
there.
That's a stone. Oh my lord.
Okay. And then I'm gonna focus.
That means there's a lot of energy that comes out of it, right? But I wonder why the energy is not that like, oh, cause yeah, we were just talking about this one a few times ago, like the energy from it, like how people are doing other ways than just harnessing it.
The light right on the rock, and you'll see how it just starts to melt. It's already been melting the rock, but it's gonna just turns it red hot and it melts it. Now this particular rock is volcanic rock, so it's igneous, and when it heats up and melts, it's pretty much exactly like hot lava. And then when it cools back down, it's like obsidian or dark glass. It's very interesting. So this is a demonstration of melting a rock with a Fresnel lens. You can see it's really starting to heat that up. You get in close there, you can see the light is just right on there. So I'm going to move this up so you can see what it's doing to the rock. You can see some of the areas that have cooled are almost like glass.
Yeah, I didn't know that's what rocks turn like when you heat them up like that.
Well,
I wonder
so
how.
that's a demonstration
I'm just
of a
curious
Fresnel
how hot
lens.
that would
Thanks for
be as
watching.
well. You know, like I'm just curious, like how hot the sun, depending on, because obviously that would probably be different depending on where you are and the time. So, can you smell that? That's interesting. That's interesting. I don't know if I would try that. I would never replicate that because I feel like I'm just gonna spend my time given how slow I am with cooking. Yeah. Anyway. Do you guys have any videos? Because I didn't actually do some search. Oh, also, I just want to say what they call it. I'm gonna do for that charity thing. I'm gonna do a karaoke stream, but again, probably one day. Or I don't know.
These are the
5,006. Oh, that's really hot. Oh, that's cool. So that's a lot. Like, I hope people could make like the technology for it, you know? Because yeah, unfortunately, I am not like crew. I'm lazy.
best delivery driver videos from the past 10 years.
Oh wow, he has a 10-year library, this dude. What the hell is that?
Hey, how you doing today? Oh my god!
These
Hey, how you doing today?
Oh, it's a squirrel. Oh, is that a squirrel or a frog? Like, is that a squirrel or a frog?
Hey, how you doing today?
Oh no, it's a squirrel. It's a squirrel, guys. Sorry about that. I had to repeat it multiple times.
Oh my god!
These goats got scared of this UPS truck and fainted. This delivery driver thought this lady was being rude, so he decided to not give her the package, put it back in his truck, and drive away.
Are you able just to leave the parcel near my door? Yeah, just do that and I'll be there shortly. I'm literally 5 minutes away.
Please?
Please.
What company are you paying for, Olivia?
6.
Well, it takes nothing for manners, does it?
He was waiting for someone to come out and sign this package. This is why Amazon same-day delivery is so fast.
That's so cute.
He finally had enough of all the Halloween decorations.
Oh, I feel bad for him. Yeah, that would make me fucking like in the heat too. 27 Celsius. That's hot as hell. That's hot as hell. That's hot as hell. Especially like in like fucking like gravel and all that shit. And then that happens. See, he had to like he had to take a moment there because I couldn't. I'd break down. Fucking. I'm sorry. I would. Oh no, he's so mad. Oh no.
After he calmed down, he felt bad and gave them some money. This delivery driver saw this doorman.
That's not enough. No. How much was that? That's a lot of pumpkins, bro. How much are pumpkins? They're probably like $2 when they're like. It goes cheap during Halloween.
Matt and took it very seriously.
Oh, hey, how's it
Got a
going?
package?
No, I don't.
Oh.
No, I'll tell you about the short gospel of Jesus Christ.
We're actually eating dinner now.
Okay, sorry to bother you.
That's okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Now keep in mind that this delivery guy is only dropping off $20 worth of food.
There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I just want to say it's a nice house for a $5 tip.
Yeah, this is bullshit. Like, Oh, I hope he got removed from the platform. And I hope he never gets any job from Uber Eats either, because he looks like he's using DoorDash.
This pizza man had to make a delivery at a military base and stopped to show respect when the bugle started playing. This delivery guy had to stop and go fishing right in the middle of his route.
Oh.
Hi, you are currently being recorded.
Currently don't care because I'm Amazon! Amazon!
This guy went through the trouble of delivering a package just to end up doing that.
Okay. Amazon!
Yes.
Oh! Stupid motherfucking bitch!
This guy went to go deliver a package when he saw that the homeowner left a note saying that he has permission to jump in their pool.
Oh, that would be so good on the summer.
Can you help me, Mom?
Oh, yeah, this is... It's so weird though. Sorry, we've seen this before, but it's so weird that at the moment it's getting muggy. Like the sun is not coming out a lot. So I feel like the heat is coming out January, February. I have a feeling. Because
This
climate
boy
change.
asked his delivery driver to help his mom that was unconscious. The delivery driver checked on her, and paramedics showed up a few minutes later and saved her life.
Yeah,
the
this
mom
is
has a
really
rare
good.
syndrome that caused her heart rate to immediately drop.
Yeah, when it's hot, yeah. But it didn't get that hot. I think they have the aircon on, so I have the aircon on in here. So but yeah, when it gets too hot, when we go to the theme parks and all that stuff. Speaking of, I'm really jealous that my boyfriend was able to like ride that fucking shit. I wanna ride that shit on the roller on SeaWorld. I'm gonna ask him to take me there one day so I could ride those as well.
This poor guy had to run for his life.
Oh,
so this has got to be the worst delivery driver of all time, right?
Oh yeah, that is so dumb. Honest, that is so dumb. What if it's fragile?
This person
Ow.
delivered some food at this house, and then that same person came back a few minutes later and stole the food. I guess
That is such a wow loser move. What the hell? Why would you do that?
this is what delivery drivers do on their day off. This person had some wine delivered to their house.
Is your mom in?
Oh, I'm 23.
Oh.
I don't think this is who they were expecting to open the door. This delivery driver was friends with a cat that lived at this house, but didn't know the cat recently died. He was then seen a few times trying to find the cat, not knowing what happened. Someone got some food delivered, and in the special instructions, specifically asked the delivery person to kick the food as hard as they could. This guy was stopping by to help them with their delivery.
Why did they have to do that though? It's
Hey, I don't know if anybody's home, but if you recorded that, send me a video, please.
This delivery guy found something in the grass.
I think I've seen that one before.
Might be the angriest delivery driver of all time. This delivery guy gave zero.
Why are they so mad? Like, if they're mad, get mad at Amazon. Like, what the hell?
Warning about how heavy this box is.
Sorry.
It's alright, don't worry.
This FedEx guy saw that this person was about
She's pissed, but like, it's alright,
to drive away with their coffee still on their car roof.
Oh yeah, I think I've seen this one.
This delivery driver couldn't
Nah, I
resist the
haven't, actually.
temptation.
Oh, this one I've seen.
Oh. Hi, how you doing?
This poor delivery driver was in for a surprise.
That's a massive dog as well. That would fucking freak me out. Like, someone would jump into the fucking shit like that. Also, I noticed that American houses are so big. Like, that is crazy. Like, compared to, like, houses here, they are big. Like, you guys got big houses, and usually it's not just a bungalow as well. It's like multiple stories high. We rarely have multiple story houses here unless you go to like a medium high density area.
This delivery driver was upset that this customer didn't leave a tip, so she left this note in her bag, only to realize that she made a mistake.
Lucky for you, I didn't bother the food, but next time.
Ignore it. You keep that. Why? Because I didn't see a tip on the app and I put a little card in there. So please keep that. I'm sorry.
No, I just had cash. Please take
It's okay. It's okay because it's okay. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what you get for being petty. Okay, that's fair. So there are like smaller houses than like those ones. It's just a type of house. That's fair. At the same time, there's a good thing with having a small house. Like, you don't have to clean like a lot or maintain. But it would be nice to have a house where there's like a small, but you can get privacy. What do you mean more money for cameras? Oh, on the big houses is what you're saying, big guy. Is it?
Didn't seem to care that his truck was on fire. This police officer arrested a DoorDash guy, but still managed to deliver the food.
No, I'm not who you're expecting, but your driver got arrested for things he had to take care of. So I figured I'd complete the DoorDash for you.
That's nice of the police, though. Like, you know, those are the police that should, like, exist within the community. Like, being a police isn't just, like, you know, pew, 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 put your hands up, put your hands up. Like, they're also there to serve and protect them, and, like, from anything, you know.
Yes!
This UPS guy didn't have the patience to use a proper detour.
Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, 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 ay.
He crashed his
Ay,
car,
ay.
but was still determined to deliver the pizza.
Look at this guy. Crashed his car, but still delivers the pizza.
This FedEx guy stopped by to shoot some hoops. People inside this house were watching a scary movie and totally forgot that they ordered some food delivery. This poor man
Ooh, turkey!
got attacked by a turkey.
Ooh, get the turkey, get the turkey! That's food!
Get back! Get back! Get back!
I have a question. question actually. I have a question that's been in my head for this. Why do people need to fry the turkey? Why do they need to fry the turkey? Is that for the crispiness? Like, why do they need to fry it? It's so big. It's so risky. Some people are crazy with like frying it too. Like it's just a tiny accident would actually have a large like impact, like fire wise, you know. Ah. Ah. So you can actually cook it like that as well. Like but like fried chicken is not like cooked that way though. Like fried chicken are usually chopped beforehand. It's crazy how they fry it though, like that. Like they try to like put the whole turkey into the pot with like oil. That's risky. I just want to say, I'm sorry. That's just opinion
These two
though.
delivery guys race each other to the front door.
Opinion. Like opinion. I'm just calling out like the risk with it. Because yeah, I've been seeing a lot of those videos, especially during Thanksgiving, where people accidentally like spill it. Because obviously, like with the amount, like how heavy the shit is.
This delivery driver was upset.
That's fun. That's cute. That's how you make those sort of like jobs fun. The people within it. But I won't lie, there are people who are. Oh, see that, ay, right. And they could have just like, done it properly, because they probably did it inside the house, did they? And I'm just wondering how long they would like fry it as well. Like, wouldn't that like make the chicken like, I don't know, or do they actually like, do they do something beforehand to make sure the inside is cooked, like the middle? Ah. That sucks. You got rushed to the home. What did you eat that like did like created a big bunch of salt inside you? Did you drink something?
That he didn't get a tip.
Like I should drink water actually. What did he do? Ooh.
This delivery guy matched the energy.
That would be. I'm building a collection. I'm building a collection of me. I have a collection on my phone of me scaring my mom-in-law. Like I'm scaring her, and I have like a few videos so far, but I'm gonna compile those one day and give it to her.
Energy of this spooky doorbell message.
Hurry and leave a message before it's too late.
I've got a parcel for you. I will leave round the back. Oh!
The rug at this person's house says to hide any delivery packages.
Camera recording.
This customer was upset with how this delivery driver treated his package. That is the end of this video, or we hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
I don't get it. Why would he throw that back? I have a feeling the reason why these people are also like over. Like I feel like some of the people on like Amazon are like, they're probably working too much. Cause yeah, I think they're like contracts. Most of them are like under a contractualization and all that shit. So they're not technically employees from Amazon. They're just like similar to like I forgot what it's called. What do you call that again? I forgot what it's called.
This morning, 2 people shot dead at a house on the Mornington Peninsula. The search for a man seen running away. A rain bomb causes flash flooding in Brisbane and the Gold Coast. And there's more wild weather on the way.
Yeah, that was us yesterday. I was gonna go to my sister's.
Tensions rising on the picket line at
Oh.
Woolworths warehouses as the supermarket giant tries to get supplies moving again. And the Princess of Wales writes an emotional letter to be handed out at her Christmas carol service at Westminster Abbey.
Sorry, I just had to like
from the house.
That's right, Anne, from a house in Rye where police found another man and a woman with gunshot wounds. Paramedics fought to save them, but there wasn't much that could be done, and sadly they died. Police believe around 4 o'clock this morning some sort of fight broke out at this house on Parsons Street in Rye, which is a suburb on Victoria's Mornington Peninsula, around an hour-and-a-half drive from Melbourne's CBD. It's believed all the people involved in this incident knew each other. Some neighbours who live in the area were woken by all the commotion as emergency services descended. Some did hear sounds they thought could have been gunshots.
I heard a sharp bang, like it wasn't a pistol. I've heard shotguns on TV and it sounded like that. There was one, and then about 30 seconds, 40 seconds, there was another one.
Generally, it's just, this is sort of like what I'd define as an outlier. That's something that sort of is just uncharacteristic for the court or so.
Pretty freaked out since it's on the street. We've only been living here for a few months, so yeah, it is quite scary.
Police haven't said if they know or suspect which party was responsible for the shooting. This street remains cordoned off as detectives and forensic officers investigate this awful incident. And
Rory Campbell live in Rye. Thanks a lot, Rory. In some breaking news this morning, police say they've made Australia's largest ever cocaine bust. 2.3 tonnes of the drug, worth an estimated $1 billion, was seized from a boat off Fraser Island. 13 people.
That's a lot of money for, like, usually the people using on that, like, I think that's expensive. Coke is expensive here, I think. So yeah, the people with the money are definitely one of the people who are probably like buying that shit.
Have been arrested. Parts of southeast Queensland are mopping up this morning after flash flooding late yesterday. Rosanna Kingston joins us live from Brisbane. Rosanna, good morning. In some areas, close to 100 millimetres of rain fell within 2 hours.
Good morning, Anne. Yes, we saw some huge totals yesterday as those slow-moving storms dumped rain on the southeast, flash flooding in many parts of the city, including here at Hanlon Park. On Norman Creek here, we saw the water level come up to about my head height. Homes becoming quickly inundated underneath their houses where many people store their white goods, and cars becoming trapped in those floodwaters. We saw 51 millimetres fall in 30 minutes in Brisbane City. About 70 millimetres fall in Rosalie to the west and 88 millimetres in Holland Park West. The SCS were called to 91 calls for assistance in about 24 hours to 5 a.m. this morning, and the firefighters as well were called to about 4 rescues, 3 of them people in cars who had become trapped. This rain really surprised parts of the southeast. Today the risk is much lower. We are expecting some showers and isolated thunderstorms, but given many of those river catchments are now quite saturated, it won't take much, Anne, for the rivers to rise quickly again if we do get more rain.
Thanks very much, Rosanna. A clean-up continues in Sydney's east this morning after a late afternoon thunderstorm delivered torrential rain and gale force winds. Roads were flooded as 32 millimetres of rain fell in under 20 minutes and trees fell, damaging several cars. Industrial action at Woolworths warehouses that's resulting in empty supermarket shelves across Victoria and parts of New South Wales is now into its 12th day. Tara Stowers is live in Melbourne. Tara, the supermarket giant had hoped to reopen one of its main distribution centres this morning.
They had, Anne, with workers Woolworths says had actually wanted to return to work, but right now it appears the warehouse behind me hasn't been able to open as hundreds of staff picket the facility. We can tell you there are bargaining talks underway right now with hopes of a resolution to reopen 5 key distribution centres. This has had a huge flow-on effect on supermarket shelves, with many left bare, and more than 1,800 Woolworths warehouse staff and counting have walked off the job, fighting not just for better pay but also fighting against artificial intelligence being used to supervise their work.
They say that every worker should be able to work to a particular rate of speed, that an AI computer tells them that they must use a certain amount of time to pick boxes and to do their job. And if they don't do that, well, then they will be disciplined.
Now, Woolworths acknowledges these supply shortages are really frustrating, and grocery shoppers are just hoping that this is resolved sooner rather than later. Anne?
Thanks very much, Tara. A new report is warning of gas shortfalls on Australia's east coast within 2 years. Energy Quest says homes and businesses are in danger of facing temporary gas shortages by the winter of 2026. The advisory group says the government is not bringing enough domestic supply online.
We actually did try quite recently to get the Coalition to vote with us to change some of our environmental approval laws. They wouldn't do it.
Read your own Act, Murray. The Nature Preservation Act makes it harder, not easier, clown.
The report warns New South Wales and Victoria could be reliant on LNG imports within a few years. The Princess of Wales has written a thoughtful letter to guests attending her upcoming Christmas carol service at
on the importance of helping others. It goes on to connect us all. She has been doing what she does, continuing that step.
Yeah, thank you so much. Sorry, I'm like figuring something else to watch. 40 minutes. What the fuck? Oh, this one's good.
I just wanted to make a scam awareness video before we turn the corner into December, because there are so many scams in circulation, and at this time of year people are shopping for Christmas and also have their heads full of other things. My hope is that
it's actually true, like buying presents for everyone and all
with
that.
a bit of luck, this video will prevent 1 or 2 people receiving that most disappointing of Christmas presents, that is, the realisation that you've been scammed. First, there's a whole category of ads I keep seeing on vertical video platforms, all of which are scams, but also all of which are probably no longer in circulation by the time you're watching this. So what I want to do here is look at what they have in common, as these features are markers for newer versions of similar scams that probably are still around when you're watching this. Here's one for a mobile internet hotspot device, where supposedly you pay a one-off price and get free internet access for life.
Get free internet for life for just £39. The portable Wi-Fi developed by BT Group and University College London is now available in limited edition. No contract, no SIM card, no registration, no monthly subscription.
Card.
Buy it home and use it for life. Get high-speed internet 10 times faster than traditional internet instantly. 500 kilobits per second even in remote areas and even on ocean ships. Connect 10 devices at the same time. Can be used on computers, mobile phones and tablets. Download a 2-hour HD movie in just 5 seconds. Open online sales today. Second device half price. Order now and use it. 10-year warranty.
Oh my god, it's
immediate refund if there is any problem.
This is a scam. Internet connectivity nearly always requires an ongoing subscription charge. There have been exceptions in the past, but a lot of companies offering that sort of deal mysteriously went out of business. Regardless, free internet for life is an extraordinary claim. You should be sceptical. The next thing that's suspicious about this ad is the device they're demonstrating is not the same from one shot to the next, indicating this isn't an ad for a specific device, but rather a scam that's been cobbled together from assorted pieces of probably stolen footage. The devices shown are indeed wireless hotspot devices. You have to insert a SIM card into these with a data plan to make them work. If you click through and buy this scam, you won't get free internet for life. You will at best get one of these hotspot devices, and you will pay a vastly inflated price for it, or you might not get anything at all.
Calisthenics competition.
Next, this ad for supposedly self-adjusting spectacles that automatically adapt to your prescription.
Have you ever seen reading glasses that don't need a prescription change? You can get glasses without needing a prescription with these imported German glasses. They use smart technology and are usable for prescriptions from +1.0 to +7.0 diopters. The glasses automatically adjust to your vision, ensuring clarity for both near and far viewing. They are comfortable to wear and have a blue light blocking feature, so your eyes won't tire even after long periods of time spent watching TV or using your phone. If your vision is poor or blurry, give these a try. You're sure to love them. Don't miss out on today's lowest price on the market. Click the link to purchase.
Again, this whole self-adjusting glasses thing is...
Hey, that is very, like, that's a fucking medical product. Yay. That shouldn't be something people, like, just for the sake of ethics alone. Like, people shouldn't be, like, scamming people who are, like, unable to see clearly. That's terrible. Like, what a fucking asshole behavior.
Extraordinary claim. There are such things as adjustable strength lenses, but they don't look like this. What they're showing here appears to be something like photochromic glasses, or maybe just sunglasses, together with some editing, specifically a blur mask to make it look like they're prescription lenses.
Yeah.
Again, not all of the shots show the same glasses, which is again a marker of a scam. And it's probably worth noting that this hyper-fast talking text-to-speech style is another hallmark of these scam videos. I suppose I won't go as far to say that this style guarantees it's a scam, but there is a significant correlation, and it's just worth considering that this style of low-quality, cheaply produced ad is something that should give you pause even if you think it's a genuine company behind it. Here's another one for what looks like a fingertip pulse oximeter, but claims to be a non-invasive blood sugar measuring device.
As a diabetes patient, I always carry this non-invasive glucose meter with me when I go out. This non-invasive glucose meter only requires a gentle squeeze of the finger. It can detect blood sugar levels within a minute. It can also connect to your phone via Bluetooth, automatically saving measurements and allowing...
Another medical device. Another medical device. And actually, because yeah, I see some of these in Facebook. Because Facebook doesn't have any if you use Facebook, you'll see the ads no matter what. Like, it's not like Facebook where YouTube where they have like a premium feature that allows you to remove it. So yeah, they actually use that as well, and you see comments like actual people, like the people from actual third world countries. I'm gonna say it, I see Filipinos, Indonesians, like commenting like, oh, this is a scam. I tried buying this and all that shit. You just feel bad. Like you're just gonna feel bad at how evil like these people have to be just for the sake of like, yeah, why do you have to do that? Like, why do you have to be that hungry?
You to view trends in your blood sugar levels more transparently. The compliance rate with lab test results is as high as 90%, and it is a certified device. With it, you no longer have to endure the pain of finger pricks, and you can easily measure at home. It's also very convenient to carry around. A full charge is enough for 300 uses, and I use it to measure blood sugar levels usually before meals and before bed. This gives me great confidence, and you need this too. Click the link.
I am fairly sure this is a scam, but what's interesting is that they appear to have actually programmed the thing so that it's displaying blood sugar levels. Again, weird, frantic text-to-speech, inconsistent images of the supposed product, and an extraordinary claim. I know people have been working on non-invasive methods of measuring blood sugar, but I'm pretty sure this is not that. If you have any kind of chronic medical condition, I really don't think these ads are the best place to seek support for it. But in a wider, more general sense, just be wary of any kind of ad that uses this snake oil delivery style. Here's one that's so ridiculous it's kind of funny. It's an ad for how some scientists supposedly used AI to cure diabetes.
Oh my God.
The whole ad is made from AI slop. Let's look at it scene by scene.
Researchers in Bradford have crafted an innovative AI tool designed to revolutionize diabetes treatment.
Like, they're following the style that you see with like those Reddit text-to-speech shit. You actually get confused for a second until you start. Some of them will actually try to like bait you. Like, I had my boyfriend, blah, 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 but then it starts sounding more like a marketing bucket. You like the tone. I always say tone because yeah, you will notice like if like the tone. Can someone say what the tone is? The tone is like the fucking hell. I'm too lazy to explain this shit. But basically, if you read the word, the way they're saying it, you will notice if it sounds like very commercial, like they're trying to like sell like an infomercial, or they're trying to just inform. So yeah, that's the tone, right? I'm like, correct me if I'm wrong.
So researchers in Bradford have created a revolutionary AI tool. Apparently they also took the trouble to enclose it in this stylish polished metal egg. This person has their right hand on the end of their left arm.
Oh yeah, I didn't notice that.
Utilizing advanced machine learning algorithms.
This person is intently studying their laptop screen from the wrong side of the
other side.
laptop. I suppose it probably helps that the laptop screen is translucent. We can see the person through it.
This tool meticulously analyzes patient data to create personalized treatment plans.
What organ is this depicted on screen? You might be tempted to say that's a liver and that's the gallbladder, but that's not the gallbladder. It's the pot. 73%.
What is the
Also,
pot?
what are we even looking at here? It appears to be something on the screen of a full-size tablet that's perched on the hand of someone reaching toward us, but that would make it a tiny...
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It's like, who are you pointing this at? Why are you there? You're facing the wrong side.
little tablet, but none of this makes sense.
Aiming to enhance patient outcomes and manage the condition more effectively.
And here's a picture of the Bradford Diabetes Clinic. Of course, to locals, Bradford is shortened to just Deford, because that's easier to say. Also, why are these people melting?
In a region with one of the UK's highest diabetes occurrence rates, this breakthrough holds significant promise for improving healthcare delivery and patient well-being.
Here's a group of people looking at a presentation of diabetes occurrence rates in the UK. Diabetes course rates. Wait a minute, if they're the other side of the transparent screen, why is the text readable towards us? Which side of the screen are they on? This guy looks like he might be in the foreground, or at least his face is. Also, just one tiny detail. What happened to the British Isles? Where is the Irish Sea? Is that even Ireland? Why does it have Cornwall on the end of it? What happened?
So it's like they're not accurate with like maps and all that shit. They seem to know how like the general shape of the map, but they couldn't copy the entire details of it. So there's something wrong with the like how it's learning, you know, whatever AI they're using. Something is wrong with the way it didn't learn like a child. Like they said, that's how the idea was supposed to be, like a child, you know, that grows up. Except it's faster, but yeah, except you get a child. I'm sorry to no, I won't say it. I won't say it. I was gonna say like something, but I shouldn't say it.
What happened here? I didn't even bother clicking through to investigate this scam to see what it might be. It's going to be a scam. Why does such a ridiculously transparent scam even exist? Are people stupid? Who is falling for this stuff? Well, let's stop and think for a moment. When I said that I didn't bother to investigate, were you disappointed? Are you curious to know what's behind this ad? Curious enough to click, maybe? That's why this ridiculously transparent scam exists. Maybe it goes through to a scam product, maybe a page full of malware, maybe something else. But curious clicks are basically engagement, which will promote the website in search engine rankings and maybe also tailor the YouTube algorithm to show you more of the ads from the same source, some of which might not be so patently stupid looking. Anyway, here's another scam which is not new, but I've been seeing it a lot lately. PayPal money requests.
Email scam.
These fool some people, but not in the way you might expect. Obviously, if you didn't buy something for $999 from a random lawn care company, you're not likely to just jump and respond to this by paying for it. You're perhaps slightly more likely to worry that it might be a fraudulent charge, and maybe think you need to do something to stop it hitting your bank. You don't need to do that because this is just a PayPal money request or invoice. Anyone with a PayPal account can send one of these to anyone else with an email address. So this scam email looks in some ways genuine because it does genuinely come from the PayPal system. But these don't turn into a charge until and unless you click the button to pay them. But nobody would do that, right? Well, not many people, I imagine. I suppose there is some small chance that you might receive one of these when you're expecting a genuine invoice for a similar item. And
yeah, like the name they're able to change the name, I'm assuming, or like let me see
You might
what
pay it by
happens
mistake
here.
if it looks similar to the one you're expecting.
I
but
mean, if
that-
you do buy an Apple product from, if you do buy an Apple product via PayPal, like it wouldn't show up like that. I think like you'll actually see a finalized invoice, you know, not a request for payment. It's just like using the whole social engineering all over again, like just the panic and all that shit. I mean, like all of us, like you, for when you're reading email, I'm sure like you're not actually like reading it word for word unless it's something really important, you know. Like usually, like I mean, that's how I do it at work sometimes. Like I'm just like scanning through all the shit, like the cases and all that stuff. That allows you to gain understanding. But yeah, seems like they're gonna get your. It's made to like get your attention. Shit.
That's not the scam. This is the scam. The narrative text that the scammer has entered here that makes it sound like there is an official contact channel to dispute this charge. But in fact, if you call the number here, you'll be talking to the scammers. That's the scam. If you call this number, they'll try to scam you on the phone, probably by trying to get you to volunteer details of your bank account or grant them remote access to your computer so they can perform a reverse charge scam of the type you've no doubt seen on scam baiting channels where they deal with phone scams. The best course of action for these PayPal money request scams is to forward them to PayPal's phishing email address, which despite its name is a catch-all mailbox for scam-related reports. The second best course of action is just to delete the emails and forget about them. No actual charge has been made. If you're even worried about that, don't click the links in the message. Just go directly to your PayPal account, log in there, and see if there really is a concern. There won't be. Next, a scam text message. Of course, the link is shady, and if we take a look at where it goes, it's a web.
I get this all the fucking time. Let me actually. They're one of my favorite text mates on the fucking. And they're fucking smart as well. They seem to know that voicemails, that's one of them. And then they would be like, your like Visa, or some of them will use Chinese because their target are Chinese people who are overseas dissidents. Who will like, and then they're gonna pretend that they're from the government. Like, oh, you have to come home, or else you have to pay this, yada yada yada. And then they actually pay them. Some of them use weird links. I noticed. Like, wait, let me actually find one. Couldn't find any. Like weird ass links, that they could use to once you click it, basically it allows them like backend, like entry to your computer or something. I'm not sure how it works.
Web page that's
Any
faked up to look like a government
cybersecurity people
website,
would
which promises the payment
be
would be
able to
made to my
tell.
bank after I provide a few details. Of course, the details include name and address, but on the next page they want details of a payment card. The page claims that a test payment of only £1 will be taken, and I imagine this puts some people off guard. But I see no reason to believe this. Anything could be happening on the back end of this website once the payment card details are entered.
Yeah.
Or they could just be capturing this information to sell onto other, more aggressive scammers to use in other, more aggressive ways. This scam is especially despicable because it's targeting people on low incomes who most need help with their energy costs. A lot of people are probably going to look at all of these scams
Yeah,
and say
people, vulnerable people who actually needs, like, it sucks, right? Like, why do you need to take advantage of them? What did they do to you, you know? Like, that is so shit. So, yeah. Fight these bitches, okay?
they're obvious, and some of them are. But what's obvious to one person is not always obvious to another. Some folks say that people deserve to be scammed if they fall for one of these. I continue to disagree. Nobody deserves to be scammed.
Yeah.
And blaming people vulnerable enough to get scammed is just adding insult to injury. So as I've said in the past...
Exactly. You could get scammed. No matter how smart you are. You can think you're the fucking smartest, but the truth is, like, people are doing this shit. Like, it's people doing this shit to people. So, yeah, they could... I don't know what I'm talking about now. I just think, yeah. I'm wondering if there's like an organization out there that actually helps with this sort of stuff. Like awareness. Not only awareness, but because yeah, a lot of them are like old people too. I noticed like elderly people who pretends to be their grandkids. Like, Mom, I'm stuck in yada yada yada. Can you send me to? And they use Pay ID, which is something we use here when you transfer money, just using the email.
And I'm going to say again, instead of celebrating how easily you saw through these scams, please take a look around you. At your friends, your family, your colleagues. Do you know any people who might be vulnerable enough to get scammed by these things? Is there any way that you can help to stop that from happening? The scam I want to talk about lastly in this video is one I've featured quite a few times in the past. That is fake USB storage.
Oh, yes.
This was my last video on fake USB storage media about a year ago. And with now almost clockwork regularity, what seems to happen is that after a certain amount of time has passed, people start to assume that the price of genuine terabytes of flash storage must have dropped to the point where the real thing can now be purchased for the same price as could only buy the scam last year. This just happened again. It's
No, they're not. You can can you buy a 2 terabyte storage at like like $10 per gigabyte? Sure, but 2 terabytes for $10? I don't believe.
It's been around a year since I made that video talking about scams comprising terabyte-sized USB storage for apparently very reasonable prices and how widespread those scams are. And just recently, comments have been filtering into the effect of, wow, just think this was a scam, when devices of that capacity are actually available at those prices now. And I think that's happening because it might be true that now scam products vastly outnumber genuine ones. Why would this be so? I suppose for a lot of things it's just easier to lie about that thing for money than it is to do the actual thing. I think rather than make the same video again where I buy one of these fake devices and test it and show how it's fake, we'll take a different approach. Here's me doing a Google shopping search for 2 terabyte USB. Here are the results. All 12 of the products on this first page are fake, including these here that are branded Lenovo and HP. On the next page, 8 out of 12 results are fake. 3 that are probably not fake are external USB hard drives, which have a spinning disk drive inside them, and they're a different thing from USB flash storage. This last one down here has the wrong thumbnail image for some adapter, but when we click through to the listing, it does have another fake device, so that's 9 out of the 12 results were fake. On the page after that...
And yeah, that's from Google Shopping. Yeah, that's what I noticed with that Google thing. It's not really good at like comparing which is which. I mean, it is understandable because how would you know if it's like a legitimate store or a marketplace or an account? Like with the amount of websites out there selling and offering like platforms to other sellers, it is confusing. But like, why would you even try to like why would you even try starting something on that sort of field, you know?
Results of fake devices, including examples bearing the branding of Lenovo, Xiaomi and HP. And the Google shopping experience just goes on and on like that. The overwhelming majority of the results are just fake. The same experience happens on eBay, except we also have fakes there bearing branding from Sony and SanDisk. Unusually, Amazon was a little bit cleaner than usual for this scam this time, but that comes and goes. And I'm fairly sure that
that's more realistic at £109.
Devices priced at around 10 times the price of the typical scam and upwards are probably real. Although you might still get a scam device when you buy something that looks genuine on Amazon, for reasons I'll go into in a moment.
For $10, is that what you're saying?
I found the same or similar scam devices on Amazon too,
oh,
including
wow.
this one from a brand supposedly called PoxFun. How can I be so confident that...
Yeah, another one, Amazon, they also sell like scams sometimes, but fortunately it's better. I find that they're better with, like, I find that the Starship, $65. Oh, okay. So would you think that someone would sell like 2 terabytes for $10? That's
they are fake
crazy.
Without buying and testing them. Usually I would respond to that question by buying one and testing it, and it would be fake. This year I'm taking a different tack. If you're earnestly asking the question, how can these all be fake? Stop. Just don't buy USB storage devices. You are just not safe to shop for these things. If you believe anything on this page might be real. There is a reason why all these listings look so similar despite whatever marketplace platform I search for them on.
Maybe they're meant to like, maybe they're like, maybe that's the goal. Hi Severus, how are you? How are you doing? 600, wow. $600, yeah, that is a lot. That's a lot of storage. I want that sort of shit, but I figured I might get a new computer first or something. Or something else before I actually start doing that sort of shit. Like, or maybe move out first, because so that I could do it. Like, I could do more IRL shit without being shy. Oh, happy Thanksgiving, by the way, Severus.
Because they
Hope your
are all ultimately
Thanksgiving was
coming from the same
amazing.
sources, drop shipping operations in China, where these scam devices are being manufactured. Sellers on eBay, Amazon, AliExpress and other marketplace platforms, even including Etsy now, are listing these dropship products. Dropshipping is not a new thing.
Yeah, it's even Etsy apparently, which is supposed to be for like like handmade stuff, like people selling like crafts.
But it's now so pervasive that scams operating via dropshipping have gone everywhere. Some of these sellers maybe aren't even aware that they're listing scam items on their marketplace accounts. Other sellers probably do know but don't care as long as they get paid. When I say these things are fake, what do I actually mean though? When you plug external USB storage into your computer and it appears as a drive, the capacity of that drive, the size that you see when you click Properties, is not calculated or counted by your computer. Instead, what happens is the controller chip inside of the device communicates with your computer and declares the storage capacity. This is true regardless of whether you're on Windows, Mac, Linux, Android, Chrome or whatever. Your computer doesn't enumerate the amount of storage on the device because that would take too long. It just accepts whatever the device's onboard controller says it has. And unfortunately, it is absurdly simple to program the controller on a lot of these USB devices to just tell a bald-faced, outright lie. And not only will this fool your computer into thinking you have terabytes of storage available, it will also happily move terabytes of data into this non-existent storage. And if that's your only copy of the data, and it shouldn't be by the way, it's gone forever. To make matters slightly worse, a lot of common file systems store the directory or catalogue or allocation table of the files at the very start of the volume, and then the actual file contents elsewhere. So this can make it look like all of those files did successfully copy onto the device. You might only notice a problem when you try to get them back. That's why a lot of people might seem to be saying that they bought one and it seems genuine. If you don't know the nature of the scam, it will seem genuine at first, right up to when it's too late and your data is lost.
Didn't you hear it?
Some folks have said they avoid being scammed by only ever buying from a well-known and well-respected brand. But just buying something with a brand name on it won't protect you. About half of these scam items...
Yeah, they're relying on other pictures. It's easy to copy something from the internet, do some little changes there, so that it was like, yeah, I know, right? Lucky you. 500 points, guys. Rizzy. See, it's not that hard to risk.
Before I had brand names
You can
on
risk.
It's really just not that hard for scammers to print a brand name on something, assuming the thing they send you is even the same as the thing depicted in the listing. And some scams go as far as producing fake packaging for the fake devices, which adds another layer of potential confusion to the mix, particularly on Amazon. For products where Amazon actually stocks the items in their distribution centres, they often treat stock items as fungible. For example, let's say that there are 2 Amazon distribution centres separated by some geographical distance. 2 sellers both sign up with Amazon to sell flash storage devices, and for reasons of logistics, seller A stock goes into the northern distribution centre, whereas seller B stock goes into the southern one. Because these items are superficially the same, they have the same external appearance, same description, same barcode and brand on the package.
Basically, they think of it as a money laundering. Like, first you get the money, you mix it with the original stuff. Yeah, keep eating it while it's there. But yeah, point is basically these people will try to blend the false, the fraudulent product with the real ones. And then basically, eventually, it's easy when like someone realizes, oh, this is shit. It's not working. Refund right away, automatic. And yeah, no one will be like, if you notice, no one will need to like review it or anything. No need to like do shit. The only one having a problem, yeah, he is. I think he's using the same one as the AI one.
It's all one big collection of the same thing. Except in this case, seller B is a scammer, or maybe seller B has been scammed. Either way, the stock that seller B...
It's just a hypothetical. God.
...put into the southern warehouse is fake. Seller A's stock in the northern warehouse is the real thing. Now some customers place orders. Those orders will typically be fulfilled using the stock that's in the nearest Amazon distribution centre. So even if they bought it from seller A, who stocked the real items up north,
They
if
might
they live close to
receive.
the place where Amazon received and
Yeah, well, it's nearby. They'll still receive that one because logistics, like the automation bit and like the it's doing some algorithm work there.
stored seller B stock down south, that's where the item will be shipped from. From Amazon's point of view, they took in a total amount of stock of the same item and they accounted for one of that total number of items being sold from seller A, and they supplied one item of stock out of the total pool. So everything's still completely square and accounted for. But they supplied a fake item on behalf of a real seller. And when you add in things like returns being restocked and internal balancing stock movements to keep everything
Yeah.
available at different distribution centres,
See, it becomes a little
fakes can go everywhere
complicated.
and pollute the
Yeah.
sales from genuine sellers quite pervasively, even potentially the sales from actual item brand storefronts on Amazon. So what should you do if you want to buy flash storage and you don't want to get scammed? Some people say to buy from a real physical store,
Buy
but I'm sad
local.
to say that even that isn't 100% guaranteed now, as the buyers who are responsible for getting the stock into those stores are human beings, some of whom are susceptible to well-crafted and plausible-sounding scams. I've seen numerous reports of people buying fake USB drives from Walmart, for example. Not Walmart Online, which is just another marketplace like Amazon and eBay, but people have bought fake 2TB USB drives from physical Walmart stores. At this point, the best advice seems to be buy direct from the brand. Not the brand storefront on Amazon, but go to the brand website. SanDisk,
Yeah.
Crucial, Samsung, Kingston, whatever. And if they
That's
have an
fair.
online store, buy directly from their website. You will
Nah, it's also good to buy locally, like buy local. They usually have like one with like a good policy and all that. I mean, Australia fortunately has laws that protects like consumers and all that stuff. So it's easy to like ask for a refund or replacement when it's defective. They couldn't like say no unless it's unless there's like some exceptions.
You'll notice two things when you do that. Firstly, the range of capacities doesn't always go as high as the results you'll find if you just do a Google shopping search. And the prices on the higher capacity devices will typically be higher than you will see on a
Yeah,
Google
they're
shopping search.
expensive than usual.
And this is
yeah.
just because the nature of the scams that happen on the wider marketplace is to flood the market with things that make high performance promises and have low sounding prices. The phrase "you get what you pay for" kind of fell out of fashion for a little while during the optimistic early days of the online shopping boom, when with sufficient legwork you could find lots of genuine bargains. But I think it's back. You get what you pay for. Nowadays, the harder you go on trying to find a bargain.
I mean, yeah, even with the like shit products on like Alibaba and shit, those are not good quality, that's why you do your research. That's what I'd always say. Also, I need to pee, so you gotta give me a second. I'm about to burst, and I need to give me 1 second. Okay, sorry for leaving you, and let me put the shit that 1 second. Sorry, I didn't mean to say shit. shit like a bad thing, you know. Because shitting is a good thing. We're all meant to be shitting at least 3 times a day. Oh, 3 times a day. Once a day. At least once a day is what they said. Okay. What the hell? Sure. Yep. 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 Yep, I say sorry all the time. Yeah, it's all my fault. It's all on me. Eat shit, bitch. Kneel down. I'm kidding. I'm never sorry. I'm kidding.
These are the stains Omo
Gosh.
is made for. Our fuss-free laundry capsules have 3-in-1 benefits. They attack tough stains,
Fucking
giving them a quick
shit.
and cold wash with
Ugh.
dissolving film.
Motherfucking hell, this fucking ad!
Okay, perfect. So we're going to the next week.
Yeah. I won't do that for a bit because, yeah. I'm gonna calm myself down. And then get myself up again. Then calm myself. Up,
First up,
down,
on the first
up,
place with
down.
187.5 points, we got Sophie Teresa. Welcome all.
So which place is she? Big guy. Oi. Is this her?
On the second place with 208.75 points.
Yeah, Donner and
Masha
Severus.
Emily. Colson.
They are really muscular. Wow. My type. I like. You know what? That's actually a fun thing. Like, how heavy do they like have to carry? Let me actually search that. I might like do weightlifting again. Oh no, that's not weightlifting. Oh. Or maybe I should do gymnastics because that's where we got the gold. Ew. Bitch.
And now on the third place with on the first place, of course, with 226.25 points. Welcome up Ellen Åkesson.
Oh my god, she got big yachts. Sorry, I had to say it. I'm sorry, bad mouth. Wow. I hope she keeps. Is there like a level, like a second?
For the top 3.
Yeah. She got the jelly yacht. That's usually how you know this. Is it a hard yacht? I don't have a yacht, unfortunately. I won't lie to you guys. I don't have a yacht. I may have been blessed with this, but I need to work on this. Okay, I need to be working on this one. So I'm gonna try to do that. I used to be doing the weightlifting. I thought that would help, but I need to do more of it. Because I think my body is okay now. Like I'm like in that sort of I'm in that sort of like, I'd say weight. All I need to do is to tone it down. Speaking of toning it down, I also need to tone myself down. So that means I'm gonna end the stream here. If you're here, it is. I follow her. I follow her. But yeah, I'm gonna end it here because like I said, I don't feel like playing video games at the moment for some reason. But I'll try to stream tomorrow if I could. I'm gonna prepare all the shit that I need to do for the charity stream as well. I'm gonna do some karaoke. So yeah, I think Wednesday. I'm gonna do it Wednesday. Just one day. Okay. So yeah. I'll see you guys later. Have a wonderful day and take care of yourself, okay? Bye-bye!